per una pasta indestructible. És aquí de la qüestió, apuntar ben alt i donar assaig, donar totes les fases i completar les fases del nostre somriure. Combustible essencial per a viure, redirigir el dirigible, per un cop de timó, per una pasta indestructible. És aquí de la qüestió.
I el viatge és llarg, de pitja fort, mai és massa tard. Naixen primaveres cada matí al teu jardí. Cultiva els teus sentits, comencen noves primaveres al teu camí. Crema el destí, il·lumina l'horitzó d'avui. Naixen primaveres cada matí al teu jardí. Cultiva els teus sentits, comencen noves primaveres al teu camí. Crema el destí, il·lumina l'horitzó d'avui.
¿Te preparó algo?
No, gracias.
Of them in the morning peak hour. So from there they are now starting to look into what is the cause of this, what may have happened, because it is a twin engine aircraft. It is the B-200, very popular, thousands of these Beechcraft
So from there they are now starting to look into what is the cause of
first
this,
used
what
by
may
the US Army.
It
It
is
is
a twin engine
for quite some time. Anyone who drives past this airport knows Melbourne well, because it's just literally several kilometres away from the Melbourne International Airport.
A growing shortage of teachers is causing England's schools to suffer. This is what a highly critical report from MPs has said. It's claiming the government has failed to meet recruitment targets for the past 5 years while struggling to retain teachers who are already in the system. Well, former English teacher Danielle Duggins has been telling Sky News why she thinks less people want to be teachers now.
What used to be a profession where you had a really good pension and the workload was difficult, but it was manageable, and the other things made up for it. With the increase of workload and those other things being quite not so appealing, that balance isn't there anymore. It's just not as appealing. It's not a good enough deal for people to consider dedicating so much of their time and so much of themselves to it.
The former home of double murderer Christopher Halliwell is being searched by police in Swindon. The dig and investigation is expected to take place in the garden of 2 properties over the next 5 days.
The government has dismissed claims they have underestimated the full extent of a planned business rate rise on high street shops, which has prompted a fierce backlash from some Tory MPs. The Chancellor, Philip Hammond, told backbenchers he is alive to the impact that business rate changes will have on some high street stores and is open about ways to help.
President Trump has named Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster as his new national security advisor. It follows the departure of General Michael Flynn after just 3 weeks and 3 days in the job.
Grandparents are saving parents more than £16 billion a year in formal childcare costs. A new report estimates that 9 million grandparents are child carers, including 2.7 million who are heavily relied upon to regularly babysit. It says grandparents are now spending an average of 8 hours a week looking after their grandchildren.
Step counter apps advising people to walk 10,000 steps a day could be causing more harm than good. A leading US scientist has warned that the apps and devices don't push people to chase ambitious fitness goals, insisting many are not based on any scientific evidence.
Now then, here's a question. Try and answer it honestly. Do you consider yourself a yo-yo dieter?
No.
Do you know what I actually do? I eat healthy the majority of the time, but every now and again I'll go on a diet for a bit and then I'll fall off it.
Yeah.
In the main, I think I'm pretty healthy.
Like I've just had a week off and eaten terribly, and now I'm really
You're back on a diet.
Yeah.
Yo-yo dieting. Do you think it's a problem? New research has found that crash dieting might actually do no harm whatsoever to your health at all, and it may even be beneficial.
One of the scientists involved in the study said that yo-yo dieting is merely the equivalent of going to the dentist every 6 months and having a plaque build-up removed from your teeth, and then 6 months later you go back and have it done again. Well, with us now to discuss if it really does make nutritional sense, our author of The Diet Myth, Professor Tim Spector, and Professor on Diet and Population Health, Susan Jebb. Hello to you both, thanks for joining us. So, Tim, let me start with you. Yo-yo diets, maybe not so bad after all.
If you're a particular type of mouse, that's right. But the human data doesn't really show that. It's showing really, the 2 studies that have shown this quite clearly. One is that in our twins, we've looked at identical twins over 20 years, and we see that the identical twin that yo-yo diets over the 20 years always ends up on average heavier and with more likely problems of diabetes, etc. And the twin who stays overweight and just keeps at that without having these dramatic changes does better. The other bit of study is in about a recent study from Israel where they've looked at mice and given them yo-yo dieting, and it turns out that their microbes are affected. And this is the whole thing we've been ignoring about the gut microbes in our health, because each time you go on this traditional reducing calorie diet, you reduce the good ingredients in the food, and you end up with a much disturbed microbes. They really don't like it. They produce all kinds of nasty chemicals. And when you take those microbes from yo-yo dieting mice and you put them in otherwise healthy mice, you can make them, they will gain weight. So what's happening is after you've lost your weight, you gain it at double the speed because your microbes are pushing out chemicals that make that happen. So I'm against yo-yo dieting. I'm not against people trying to lose weight, which I think is maybe some of the message here, but I am against this this big change in calories, which I think we've got completely wrong for the last study.
So Susan, this latest study was interesting in the sense that it was done on mice, but what we're also hearing when you do the same sort of studies on humans, that the diet has a very different effect. Where do you stand on this?
Well, Professor Spector's talking about studies in mice as well. So let's stick to humans, because I think that's what most of us are more interested in. The first thing to say is nobody goes on a diet planning to put it back on again. So if we're saying you must never yo-yo diet, we're effectively saying you must never ever diet. And I don't think that's a helpful message. What we know from randomised control trials in humans, and these are some of the best studies that we can do, where we take a group of people, half of them don't diet, their weight stays about the same. half of them do diet and they lose weight.
Is it's the range.
That mice eating, all the studies are done in mice, but you are told to eat like a mouse if you want to lose weight.
Dolly Parton said, if you want to lose weight, get your head out of the trough.
And
wise words.
Who would argue against Dolly Parton? Okay, as I said, news@sky.com for your views. Now, yesterday, President's Day in the United States, but one notable state wasn't celebrating. In fact, the people who live in California, where Hillary Clinton won by 4 million votes back in November, are said to be in open revolt against President Trump.
A growing number of activists are even campaigning for independence, as our US correspondent Greg Milam now reports.
It may be the most laid-back revolt in history, but Californians have gone to war with their new president. On things like the environment and immigration, Donald Trump faces a resistance movement from politicians.
I think her town hall starts at 10.
And a network of neighborhood groups.
I'm not a political activist by nature. It's not something that I really want to be doing. I feel like I have to do it. And I think that everybody feels that way. I feel like everyone that I've talked to feels in jeopardy. And so we just have to take action.
We are all one, you know, and with Donald Trump's inauguration, with his presidency, he's divisive and he's destroying everything that personally I've ever held precious. So yeah, I'm not political, but I'm doing what I can.
Remarkably, California could even vote on leaving the union next year. They say Cal-exit is unlikely to happen, but even the talk of it is telling.
It's fun to talk about, I guess, but it's never going to happen because, you know, we'd have to have the other states approve. And I mean, California is like, I think by itself, it's either the 6th or 7th largest economy in the world. So if the United States were to lose California, this would be an enormous problem. And they would lose Silicon Valley and Hollywood, and the rest of the country is not going to let us go. 6th or 7th. But I think people enjoy talking about it because culturally, it just feels very different from a lot of the country right now.
Donald Trump once wanted to be a Hollywood movie mogul. He now faces a mutiny in that very backyard. Donald Trump has a complicated history with California. He once wanted to put a 120-story building here on the site of the hotel where Robert Kennedy was assassinated. He didn't get permission, and they built a school instead. But that's not to say he doesn't have his supporters here. This tiny corner of Beverly Hills was the one part of LA that Trump won. Coincidentally, he also owns a house here. But the resistance has even reached his own expensive front gate.
There's a lot of things that are questionable that he's continuing to do, a lot of things that are illegal and unethical, and they are not good for families and for children and for immigrants, and so we have to, and for women, and we have to say something. So
I think it's the only sane response to him is resistance. I don't even consider it resistance because it's actually just an insistence on sanity. It's the only way I would describe it.
And what do you say to those who are behind the resistance?
I can't say a word because I live in LA. It would jeopardize my job.
That's how nervous Trump voters like him feel. A place that didn't elect him and says it will never accept him. Greg Milam, Sky News, California.
Right, let's see what Adam Bolton has in store for you on today's All Out Politics. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Morning, Adam.
Well, we'll be talking more about Donald Trump. Alex Salmond, as First Minister of Scotland, cozied up to Donald Trump, and it all ended very badly. Yesterday, in that debate in the Commons, he was warning Theresa May not to make the same mistake. He'll be explaining to me why and what he fears. We'll also be discussing Islam, which is widely condemned in the West now as a medieval religion in need of reform. I'll be speaking to an author who says it has reformed, but that reform went badly and now makes Islamism the threat which it sometimes is around the world. Also, the debate continues in the House of Lords on Britain's decision to leave the European Union. I'll have representatives of both sides arguing that one out. All coming up here at 10 o'clock here on All Out Politics on Sky News.
OK, Adam, thanks very much. We'll see you at 10 o'clock. In the meantime, we have breaking news from the Royal Courts of Justice. We were telling you about Rebecca Steinfeld and Charles Keedon, who were appealing at the court. They wanted the right to be granted a civil partnership. We are hearing that they have lost their appeal. We're going to speak to Joe Tidy, who is at the Royal Courts of Justice, where that decision has just been announced. Tell us more, Joe.
Yes, it's bad news for Rebecca and Charlie. They've been campaigning for this now for the best part of 3 years, since they attempted to get themselves a civil partnership back in 2014, but were denied because the law states that in order to get a civil partnership you have to be of the same sex. They've been arguing, they've had a lot of support as well from 72,000 people who've signed their petition, and they say many other people who've supported them over this time. They've been arguing this is discriminating against mixed sex couples. They say that a lot of people, including themselves, don't see marriage as right for them. They say it goes against their values and beliefs. They argue that the baggage that comes with marriage, they say, for example, the patriarchal history of it, the fact that a father gives away his bride as if there's possession involved, and the fact that the documents of a marriage only allow for the father, the groom's father's occupations to be written down, for example. They say this is out of their belief system. They say that civil partnerships should be available to mixed sex couples. They lost in the High Court, now they've lost their appeal here at the Court of Appeal, but from speaking to them yesterday, they're still just as determined as ever to get this right passed so they can get a civil partnership, and they say millions of other people as well. They say they're going to take this to the further courts, so the fight continues.
Kate, Joe Tidy, thank you. Just to reiterate that breaking news, that couple have lost their appeal at the Royal Courts of Justice. We'll have more reaction to that coming up after this break.
Hi, I'm John McGivern with your latest showbiz headlines. A warning, some flash photography is coming up. The Lego Batman movie kept hold of the top spot at the American box office over the weekend, taking in a cool $34.2 million. In the film, Batman must not only deal with the criminals of Gotham City, but also the responsibility of raising a boy he adopted. Let's take a look.
Can I get a costume? I love it, but his pants are just a little tight. I got an idea. It's better.
I can only look you in the eyes right now.
Hi, Batman! No way!
Come catch your greatest enemy. Superman is my greatest enemy.
Superman's not a bad guy!
And I'd say that I don't currently have a bad guy. I am fighting a few different people. I like to fight around.
Daniel Craig is now the second longest serving James Bond in the history of the role. The British actor has been 007 for 4,147 days. That's 1 day longer than Pierce Brosnan. He has a while to go before catching Roger Moore, however. He played Bond for 5,118 days. London Fashion Week, British designer Jasper Conran reworked classic masculine looks for his latest women's wear collection, presenting a clean-cut line of coats, skirts and dresses. The event was held at the luxury Claridge's Hotel, where models strutted down the catwalk in a range of outerwear, ranging from sheepskin jackets to pea and suede coats. And singer David Cassidy was slurring his words during a weekend concert in Southern California, appearing to forget the song he was singing. Video captured by audience members shows the former teen idol delivering an uneven performance, with reports that he actually fell off the stage at one point. Earlier this month, the 66-year-old entertainer announced he was wrapping up his 50-year-long career, playing his final concerts this month before retiring at the end of the year. In 2014, a defense attorney said that Cassidy had entered alcohol rehab after a drink driving charge in LA.
Before we go here on Sunrise, just time to bring you our favourite story of the day. This is a small cafe in France that briefly found itself amongst the world's most finest restaurants. It was awarded a Michelin star. Look at that. But it was all by mistake. The Michelin Guide accidentally handed out the coveted award to this cheap and cheerful restaurant called Le Bouche à Oreille in Bourges, mistaking it for a fancier establishment with the same name just up the road.
It's a trucker's cafe, isn't it?
Basically.
Serving stew and an all-you-can-eat
sausages.
Buffet.
Can you imagine if you booked in for an expensive meal and turned up? And look, there's crab sticks on that plate. Do they still sell crab sticks?
Surf and turf.
Crab sticks and sausage on the same plate. What's not to love?
What I love about this is that Michelin didn't correct their mistake for a week. So this cafe was absolutely packed for a week. It'd be the best week's business they've ever done, won't it?
It's like one of those pop-up restaurants that everybody gets very excited about.
But I bet people who booked in, went there, ate and thought, this is fantastic, this is much better than a Michelin-starred restaurant.
And so cheap. Again, I can't look at those crab sticks anymore.
The ketchup sauce on the table.
Anyway, Jo, talk to us about the weather. What's that doing to you?
I will talk to you about the weather. It is fairly mild, or at least it has been fairly mild. Yesterday, 18 degrees Celsius. That's very mild for February, actually. Still quite mild today, but it's on the change again. So, in terms of today then, the mild air in the south, that's going to work its way northwards, so taking over everywhere, but alongside taking over the entire country, we'll also find that it becomes very cloudy. And the rain, well, there's bits and pieces of that across England and Wales this morning. Some more persistent rain over parts of Ireland, western parts of Scotland, and all of that is going to work its way slowly eastwards as time goes on. Now, that wet weather kind of gathers in the northwest. Tonight it's going to work its way southwards. We're going to see some very windy conditions for a while, gusts to around 70 miles per hour over Scotland, to 50 miles per hour over northern England. But that rain as it goes southwards is dragging in colder air and even some wintry showers over the higher ground.
Coming up on Sky News, All Out Politics with Adam Bolton, and he'll have more on the Tory MPs who are biting back over business rates. There's a big row, and he'll be talking about that at 10.
The proceeding will start shortly. 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 The proceeding will start shortly.
Morning, Chairman. Morning, everyone. So, economics is in part about forecasting, like meteorology. So, in that sense, there are some similarities. It is given to forecasting errors, as are weather forecasters. The important thing, as with weather forecasting, I think, is that we learn from the context for my Michael Fish comments were those around the time of the global financial crisis. That was a very significant forecasting error, around an 8 percentage point forecasting error on GDP 4 quarters ahead. What's more, and in some ways more telling, some of the ingredients of that error were predictable in advance. You know, the large rise in levels of leverage in the banking system were there for everyone to see, and they sowed the seeds of the crisis that we.
So we had groupthink.
Well, I think there was a degree of collective, call it agnosia, call it oversight, of
group
the seeds.
amnesia, as well as group non-think.
We have seen financial crises in the past, and their seeds are often sown in leverage. So in that sense, some of the lessons of history had been forgotten to some degree by not just parts of the central bank community, but across the policy community, across academia, and elsewhere. So that was a big error. The reason I mentioned, actually, that Michael Fish moment was because that story had a happy ending. After the '87 hurricane, meteorologists put a huge amount of effort into their models, into their data, and that effort has now borne fruit.
But they're forecasting largely natural phenomena,
They are?
not behavioural phenomena.
Quite so. So our problem is intrinsically more difficult than theirs, and therefore perhaps the scope for us improving is somewhat more limited than it is in the area of weather forecasting.
Well, that's what I was really asking. Is your profession a Michael Fish profession? Or worse, more difficult even? It's one that's going to have plenty more Michael Fish moments, isn't it?
Well, it's one where errors will always be with us. That is absolutely true. Might they be larger than in weather forecasting? That also strikes me as likely, possible. Does that mean, however, that we should give up the ghost, that we can't do better?
No, these are all questions I haven't asked, but you have raised one point, which I think is very important, which is that you've alluded to the inability to forecast, give any indication of what was coming with the financial crisis. Isn't it really in the area of financial crises and household expectations, those two areas where we most need high quality forecasting, but where it seems it tends to be in shortest supply? And do you think that you're going to be able to get an improvement even if you do put that Michael Fish style huge increase of resources into the job?
So taking seriously financial factors, the role of banks, the role of financial markets in driving the fortunes of the economy, I think big improvements have been made, including by the bank, in having more of that as part of in our core forecasting machinery.
So the past mistakes are not a guide to future performance. We're going to have an improved outcome.
Well, I think we should hope and aspire to doing better than we did then, because we've learned some of the lessons from that experience. Ditto when it comes to issues of consumer behaviour and possibly irrationalities around that behaviour. I think we're taking those more seriously in the past too. So have some improvements been made? I would say certainly yes. Is our forecasting framework somewhat better? Yes. Is there loads of scope to continue to improve that in the period ahead? I think yes, and our research agenda that we set out a couple of years ago was very much in the spirit of that continuous improvement in the methods we use for forecasting and for other things, actually.
Well, others may want to come in later on this subject, but I'm not going to prolong it except to say what I often say about forecasting, which is one thing about forecasts is it's going to be wrong in economics, and usually very wrong. And so I'm a deep sceptic about the scope for long-run improvements to them. But it's not my job really to offer views at these meetings, but that's the reason for not prolonging the exchange. Can I turn, though, to one particular aspect of the forecast, Mr. McCafferty? In the inflation report, there's an interesting box, and if you turn to page 20, you'll see that. I'm sure you know it very well already. That box sets out a change in your own forecasting assumptions, a very important one tucked away there. Did you support the reduction in the equilibrium rate of unemployment from 5 to 4.5%?
I support the reduction, but I have some reservations about the magnitude of that reduction.
Okay, just to say for those listening, this used to be called, I think, you might tell me it's technically slightly different, NERU, and we now, I notice in here, are being asked to call it U-star, but we're talking about the same thing, and it's a crucial assumption at the heart of
it is.
Modern economics.
And to all intents and purposes, NERU and what we deem U-star are fractionally difficult in certain small technical definitions, but I won't trouble you with those at this stage. But in terms of the changes, as I say, I think there were some very compelling reasons, having looked at recent evidence on the economy, to suggest that our assumption about the equilibrium rate of unemployment at 5.1% was perhaps higher than was being suggested by some of the evidence. But I do have some modest reservations about the, as I say, the degree to which we have reduced it to 4.5% in this. I would have personally preferred a reduction probably to 4.75%, but as I said, we work the forecasts on the basis of the best collective judgment, and on that basis I'm happy to run with this, and we will observe as we go forward as to whether that 4.5% is fully justified. Essentially, as it were, judging the equilibrium rate of unemployment, what we call U-star, is difficult. It is only observable, as it were, in terms of the performance of the rest of the economy. It's not something that can be measured independently, and there are various different ways in which you can try and assess U-star. One of the reasons why we felt that a reduction was required is that if we look at the performance of wages over the course of the recent past, they have come in consistently somewhat weaker than we would have expected on the basis of an equilibrium rate of unemployment of 5.1%. And that was
the table on the preceding, well, the bar
exactly.
chart on the preceding page, or 2 pages back.
But looking at the weakness of wages is only one way of trying to get at the underlying level of U-star. And I think some of the other evidence, to my mind at least, and this is where my judgment differed from some other members of the committee, particularly looking at some of the physical rather than the price measures of the labour market in terms of skill shortages, in terms of the level of vacancies, these sorts of things, suggested that we might be somewhat closer to full employment than the underperformance of wages would allow. I think there are some potential other explanations for why wages have been so weak, not least that nominal inflation has been so low over the course of the past couple of years or so. And until we can dismiss those, I would be, as it were, slightly more cautious in terms of how far we reduce the rate of equilibrium rate of unemployment, although I agree with the reduction from our previous assumption.
You voted for the reduction from 5 to 4.5.
I accepted it on the basis of the best collective judgment.
So you voted for it?
Well, we didn't have a formal vote in the way we vote for interest rate changes.
Well,
but
I'm reading from Christine Forbes' speech. She says the majority of the MPC voted to lower our estimate of U-star to 4.5%, which suggests there was a vote and that there was a minority who didn't vote for it.
We are asked our view, and I dissented from the 4.5, saying I would prefer 4.75, but it's not the same as having a formal vote as we do on interest rates.
Okay, so you had an informal vote,
yes,
in which you voted against 4.5.
I suggested I would prefer 4.75.
But you would have voted for 4.75 if it was on offer.
Yes.
Okay, so you're one of the dissenters, one of the minority.
Yes.
Right. How many of them were you? The minority?
Well, certainly Kristen and I felt that a slightly more cautious reduction, at least in the first instance, was justified. There were some who I think were unsure between 4.5, 4.75. Some who were arguing that it could be even lower than 4.5. But certainly the two of us expressed some dissent.
Okay, let's have another go. How many dissented from the view that it should be moved to 4.5? I'd like an answer.
My recollection is that Kristen and I dissented.
Only two of you?
In terms of strong dissent, yes.
Okay. When was this assumption last changed, Mr. McCafferty?
The 5.1, it was certainly before my time on the committee, Chairman, so I don't remember exactly when it was, but it's some
I think I'll
time
go
ago.
to the Chief Economist for this, because that really is right up his street. When was it last changed?
I would need to go back and check. It's well before my time on the committee, well before, I imagine, anyone currently on the committee's time, to be honest.
I'd just like an answer to that question, Governor, rather than wider issues you've been trying to get in for some members. When was it last changed, Governor?
When I arrived, we looked at, staff refreshed of what they thought U-Star likely was, and it was generally held to be around 5.5. In other words, what it was,
so
prior,
it was reviewed,
prior to the crisis.
It
was
reviewed but not changed. I don't want to spend a long time.
No, I'm afraid you're getting a slightly longer answer, Chair.
If you, I'd be grateful if you'd shorten it.
Okay.
I want to know the
Here's
answer
the
to the
point.
question. If you don't know the answer to the question,
I
please
do know
say
the
I
answer
don't
to the
know, and then
question.
you could write us a letter. And
I
give us
do know
it.
the answer, and I'm going to provide it to you, if I may. I don't need to write a letter. I know the answer. I can write it down as well. We updated at that time 5.5. That's what it was previously. Of course, the rate of unemployment at the time was much higher, so it was slightly academic at that point. In the subsequent year, 2014, we decided as a committee that we would institute regular annual stock takes of the amount of supply in the economy, so that we did not take important decisions such as this on what could appear to be an ad hoc basis. So we do a comprehensive review of all aspects of supply in the labor market, in firms, in productivity on an annual basis. This is part of the supply stock take. There were adjustments to three important variables here.
We're not going to go
unemployment,
through that.
productivity.
We're not going through all that now.
hours
It's
worked.
very kind of you to offer such very detailed information. We certainly would like it, and I think it would be a matter of public interest. And perhaps you jot that down in a letter to us. There are a lot of colleagues who will want to be getting in. But the shorter answer is, it was 5 when you arrived. You've instituted when you arrived annual reviews of them.
Comprehensive annual reviews.
And before you were here, those were not taking place, since you just said that they were instituted. And you're going to tell us, although you don't know, when it was last changed from 5.
I mean, prior to my arrival, then I'll find out, but I would think...
Okay. So
I will tell you, Chair, that the committee never would have revealed its view of what this was.
Right. Has this ever been voted on?
Well, the supply stock, the way we construct our forecast is the key elements of it we discuss. We have analysis, robust discussion, and we come together and try to form a consensus, a best collective judgment on the forecast. So there are different views on different aspects.
Okay, but the question was a much simpler one, Governor. I was only asking you whether it had ever been voted on.
It has been reviewed regularly. There has been some discomfort from a number of committee members for the last few years that it's been too high.
But nothing that could have been described as the dissent Christine Forbes is referring to when she says that there was a vote.
Chair, it's reviewed annually.
Okay, I got that.
And a collective decision is made. That is the better way to describe it.
This matters a lot, doesn't it? Because
it does matter
the Bank
a lot,
of England can allow forecast growth to rise without inflationary consequences once you've lowered this number. And indeed, that seems to be
the Bank of England
ingredient for your making of assumptions on the...
No, that's not right. That's not right. It's total mischaracterization.
On whether to raise interest rates.
The bank, the MPC more precisely, has been over-predicting wage growth consistently for the last several years.
We've discussed that.
Well, but that's the important point. So the question with forecasting is, do you learn from your past errors? Do you sit back, assess them, make a judgment, do the research, and then make what are difficult judgments. And that's what
Okay,
we've done in
I
this
think
case.
that's
And then the
all
last point,
that's-
if I may, no, this is an
would be
important
very-
point from a policy perspective, if I may, Chair,
Very quick.
which is to be very clear about those important judgments so that reasonable people can take a different view. They can anticipate what that consequence would be for policy. It's very clear in the monetary policy statement that this is one of the three most important judgments we've made. And if wages do not follow a pattern consistent with this changed assumption, it is likely to have consequences for the path of monetary policy. So that's how you square forecasts, uncertainty, and actual policy.
Mr. Haldane, do you agree that the stimulus effect of the autumn statement, which is 23 billion over 5 years, is a nugatory, will have a nugatory economic effect?
So we looked in the course of the February forecast round at the impact of the autumn statement on our own growth projections. So as context, we revised up our expectation for growth 3 years hence by around 1%. Of that 1% upwards revision, we thought roughly half could be accounted for by the impact of the autumn statement.
So big effect
changes. Well, I mean,
Well, half
a material effect, yes.
So you disagree with the OBR when they say that the effect of the value of this is 0.1% of GDP?
No, we compare notes with the OBR very closely when it comes to assessing the impact of any fiscal measure on the UK economy, and broadly speaking, we are in a similar ballpark when it comes to the marginal impact of fiscal policy changes on the economy. There is, as you know, a high degree of uncertainty around those fiscal multipliers.
So what was the unique property of this 23 billion that has been so much more stimulative as far as bank forecasting is concerned than the OBR?
Well, it wasn't just the infrastructure change that was made. That was just one of the ingredients.
We do need more of this magic stuff, don't we? I mean, if we can get this big kick out of 5 billion, we should try and find some more.
I mean, one place where our forecasts for the impact of fiscal policy do differ somewhat from that of the OBR is in the speed of transmission of fiscal impulses to the economy. And despite that, net fiscal loosening in the autumn statement, it still is the case that we are going through a persistent period of fiscal contraction. So there is still a net headwind from fiscal policy embedded in our forecast, albeit a somewhat lesser one than was the case in the past. But the short answer to your question is that the autumn statement announcements were a significant contributor to our upwards revision in our GDP projections in February, of which infrastructure was a component.
Mr. McCafferty, you voted against that August stimulus package. You thought it was a bad idea, didn't you?
I voted against part of it, Chairman.
You voted against the gilt posts.
Yes.
Yeah. So, given what we've had now as an outcome, haven't you been proved right?
I'd hesitate to say I've been proven right. I think the economy has performed slightly better than the initial indicators after the referendum had suggested. If you cast your mind back to July and August, when we were in the process of doing the August forecast, all of the survey indicators, which is all we had to go on at that time, were extremely negative and then managed to bounce back over the course of the autumn. So the economy has sustained itself somewhat better over the course of this year. I don't think that means that what we did in August I would necessarily reverse it. In fact, as of the last meeting, I voted to maintain the current stance of policy on the basis that I do think one of the factors, although I wouldn't wish to overclaim on this, that has helped sustain the economy through the autumn was the decisions that we made in August. I felt at that time that the risks to the economy were perhaps that the surveys were, as it were, somewhat overstating the potential downturn in the short term, and therefore I wanted to see a slightly smaller quantum of total stimulus, which is why I voted for the reduction in bank rate but against the additional QE.
Okay. And largely because I just haven't asked you anything at all yet, Mr. Flieger, you've been listening attentively, I'm sure, to all these exchanges. Is there any particular point you want to pick up now before I bring in other colleagues?
I wanted to point out on the judgment about U-Star that I was comfortable with the judgment to lower it to 4.5 because I thought there was a range of evidence. Some of it suggested a smaller reduction, but some of it suggested a bigger reduction, and I thought that a central view of 4.5 was appropriate. I also wanted to point out that this confusion about did we vote, did we not vote. In some ways, every forecast discussion is a sequence of informal votes. We have a bunch of scenarios, and we go around the table, and what do people think? People generally agree with this. Do people want something stronger? Do people want something weaker? And we keep circling around in order to get to the best collective judgment. And so it's actually lots of votes all the time. They're just not formally recorded, but they all have the feeling of going around the table and asking whether people agree with what's on the table. And then we keep going around until there is a majority agreement for what's on the table. So I don't think this was any different from the way we conduct any other part of the forecast.
I'm picking up on a word in a speech of one of your colleagues. That's why I've been asking questions. Stephen Hammond.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for coming to speak to us this morning. Professor Hawley, could I pick up on your first response to the Chairman's question, where you said you chose Michael Fish because it had a happy ending and it allowed people to learn things. Could you just briefly outline whether or not you think, in terms of forecasting, you've learned anything between the short-term and long-term effects of particular things or any action within an economy, and also whether or not you think it's important to size in behavioural economics to a greater extent than you had done previously into your forecasting?
And you refer to the short and long effects of any particular event, or just in general?
Classically, in your forecasting, you will have had an interest rate effect, for instance, and they're lagged through the economy on demand or whatever. I'm just asking you whether or not you've looked at changing those lags and how it affects other determinants,
right?
So that we can get some impact about how, when you're forecasting in the future, we should judge some of those forecasts.
Yeah. So both the short and longer run dynamics of the economy are, features we keep under almost continuous review. So maybe to bring this to the here and now, to the present, which is our forecasts over the last 12 months or so, and in particular when assessing the impact of the referendum and Brexit. A useful distinction there, I think, between short-run dynamics and long-run dynamics. We formed a view at the time, in the immediate aftermath of the referendum, about what the range of possible long-run impacts of that might be. Quite a broad range, because quite a broad range of possibilities are out there. We haven't fundamentally changed that view on the long-run impact, not least because we don't have very much extra information thus far on how that might look. However, we changed our view somewhat on the shorter run dynamics. Yes, that's one of the reasons our forecasts have been revised up for growth in the near term. We have looked very hard about what the contributors were to those upwards revisions. The lion's share is genuine new news, including our August monetary policy package, including the autumn statement fiscal loosenings that I mentioned.
But some of it's been consumer spending, consumer confidence.
It has.
And you could argue that behavioural economics ought to have taught you that some of the people who voted regarded Brexit as a good thing rather than a bad thing, and the stable view was a bad thing. And therefore, had you had a scenario with a good thing, you might have been closer to the forecast.
Yep, so I think this is all fair. I was going to get to your point precisely if I could in a second. I should go through the decomposition. Some of it is new news, monetary stimulus, fiscal stimulus. Some of it is a stronger world. The world is maturely bright, and it would have been the case 6 months ago. That's a good thing for the UK as well. There is a bit left, which, as you say, is a somewhat stronger consumer, and within that, a somewhat stronger housing market than we had foreseen. That is a learning for us. In terms of making sense of that, one way of making sense of it is, as you say, to look in much more granular, microscopic detail, actually, at the behaviour of individual consumers and individual companies. And this is something we do. You'll see us talk about this a lot in our regular quarterly report. We have a regular survey of households. We have a range of regular surveys of companies. And we've drawn on this very extensively. We're trying to figure out how consumers and companies are reacting to the news that they have had. And it's certainly true that a majority of consumers so far have looked through the impact of what we've seen over the last 6 to 9 months. In some ways, perhaps that shouldn't have been a surprise, because there are more people in jobs than was the case 9 months ago, and their wages are still going up. Their real incomes have been growing. And behavioural economics, to your point, perhaps can tell us quite a bit about that people spend what comes in. That is now, however, about to change a bit as their incomes are squeezed by the rise in prices, and we think that will have some impact in throttling back consumption. So learnings from behavioural economics, absolutely, and some of that can come from our more granular household and company surveys that we carry out.
Of course, that squeeze on real wages may, of course, teach you to look at a lag effect on some of the impacts as well, because it may well be that the more negative impacts of Brexit are about to hit the economy rather than hit straight afterwards.
Yeah.
For instance.
Yes.
I know the governor wanted to come in, and I wanted to then ask Mr. McCaffrey a question.
Okay, so just briefly agree with what my colleague just said. Just 2 supplementary points, if I may. The first is just to remember what happened to consumer attitudes in the immediate aftermath of the referendum, which was there was a very sharp fall in consumer confidence in the immediate aftermath of the referendum, which would be consistent with not everyone having voted in the direction of the majority. So you can have a majority that maintains confidence, but if there's a reduction in confidence of other, the 48%, let's put it that way, then for the macroeconomic, there can be an effect. Sorry, can I make my second point, which is that it's part of the reason why the bank acted as forcefully as it did, both in terms of macroprudential policy, loosening capital requirements, and monetary policy. Now, we see a rebound in confidence quickly after that, and I'm not, just like Mr. McCaffrey, ascribing that solely to the bank. It's part of a series of events that help reestablish confidence there. And I think the important learning point here, which is my second point in terms of, this goes to a forecasting point, is when we looked at how uncertainty about future outcomes, and there's a wide range of possibilities for how Brexit will evolve, that uncertainty, how it affects businesses versus how it affects households. Particularly for households, if that uncertainty is not accompanied by a tightening of financial conditions, then they look through it. And it's entirely understandable because, as Mr. Haldane just said, they're in jobs, wages are growing roughly as before, the economy is growing, so they look through it and it's right and it's positive for the economy. And we were able to help decouple, in fact, we did decouple financial conditions from that spike in uncertainty, because financial conditions eased materially after the referendum, helped by the actions of the Bank of England. And what we missed in our short-term forecast was that would have as big an impact. It would happen to the extent that it did, because we had a bigger impact than we might have anticipated in August, and that it would have as big an impact on consumer behavior, to get to your behavioral point, as it did in those subsequent quarters. So we've learned from that. We've detailed that in various publications, speeches, and other things. So I think it's just worth getting that on the record, that's one of the things we've appropriated from it.
Thank you. Mr. McCafferty, can I ask you that you also heard in response to my question, Professor Haldane said they were going to do more granularity in looking at consumer services and business services. In a speech in November, back end of last year anyway, in Dorset, you raised scepticism about the validity of business surveys. Well, if you could just care to explain that remark in the context of Professor Haldane's remark.
If I could just clarify a little bit what I did say, it was not to raise general scepticism about the role of business and consumer surveys. I spent a good deal of my professional life working with business surveys when I was Chief Economic Advisor at the CBI, and I would be the last to condemn their use. I think they're extremely useful for the economy. What I did say was that at times in which we have extremely unusual shocks to the economy, and I class the referendum result as an unusual, if not almost unique, shock to the economy, in the sense that it only happens once in a lifetime or once in a generation. And I think we've seen some other different but similar unusual shocks, such as 9/11, such as the East Asian crisis of 1997, and so on and so forth. At those specific periods, over the very short term, business surveys can give you somewhat misleading signals that the shock to sentiment tends to spill into the very short term responses to more real economic indicators, prospects for output and prospects for investment, simply because people are very unsure about what's going on. And we have to understand that when trying to interpret these surveys over the very short term. To paraphrase what the Governor said, we did see very sharp falls in consumer confidence, business confidence and expectations about growth in output over the second half of the year in the surveys immediately following the referendum result. Those then, as it were, restored themselves as the autumn went on, partly as a result of exogenous factors such as our change in policy and changes in financial markets. But I think I would not wish to cast aspersions to the general use of business and consumer surveys, but there are times when you have to be very careful in interpreting their signals.
So your view, the view we should take is there is an overreaction to an event and then we get back to an equilibrium value?
Sometimes, and it's something we have to be aware of.
Dr. Fly, can I ask you that the forecasts for 2018 and 2019 are still somewhat weaker than you were forecasting prior to the referendum as a group? Do you remain confident in those forecasts? Are you concerned that there may be something overall the bank is missing and there's a systemic error somewhere in the forecasting?
I'm never confident of any forecast, and I think one of the big things that we risk missing here is the idea that every time there is what we call a forecast error, which means the outturn is different from the central projection. That's what the forecast error is, to think that, well, if only we'd had a better model, we wouldn't have made that forecast error. That's just, that kind of attitude is going to lead to persistent disappointment. So I completely agree that when there is a forecast error, we need to learn from it. We need to make sure that we're exploring all available data, that we're not locking ourselves into thinking about an economic structure which is no longer applicable, etc., etc. We do those things all the time, but it is still going to be the case, even after we do all that, that there are going to be large forecast errors, that we are probably not going to forecast the next financial crisis, nor are we going to forecast the next recession. The models are just not that good. And I also want to point out that I think it's also a mistake to think that our forecast is the product of a model. Our forecast is a product of a sequence of judgments which are disciplined by a few models to make sure that we don't make mutually inconsistent judgments. But in the end, it's looking at lots of data, having lots of in-depth discussions, doing lots of analysis, and there isn't one model which is right or wrong, and then if only we had found a slightly better model, then we wouldn't have made the mistakes that we had made. So I'm afraid, I think some of this discussion is leading to unrealistic expectations about what we're going to get from economics in the next 5 years.
And it might be helpful if the bank could try and influence those expectations.
Well, but I think we do. This is why we always show fan charts, and this is why we never cease to explain that the central projection is always going to be wrong. And
the difference
is a probabilistic assessment.
I think the difference between your side of the table and our table, Professor Black, is that when you said at the beginning you had no confidence in forecasts, we would say we had no confidence in forecasts of anyone's forecast but our own, which is the difference. But nonetheless, can I just ask, is there anyone on the panel who thinks that the forecasting growth turning out to be too pessimistic had any major impact on negative impact on policy decisions?
No. No. I mean, we've...
Dr. Flieger, I was struggling with your last answer. I fully heard what you said, But you were party to the decision on the equilibrium unemployment rates, which is precisely tinkering with the model to try and get the model right. So you're dissing the very process that you've just endorsed.
No, I don't agree with that at all. What I said is it is important to try and keep improving the model and the framework and the thinking and the understanding of the analysis, and we do that all the time. But I was cautioning against the idea that once we have sufficiently done that, we will then no longer make forecast errors, because that is patently never going to be the case. And I was cautioning against the idea that if only there was a better model, then we would no longer make mistakes or forecast errors. And I also think it's important to make the distinction between a mistake and a forecast error. So, since a forecast is a probabilistic assessment, then you can't say because once the data deviated from the central forecast that it was therefore wrong. You need to run it hundreds of times before you can decide that actually you're making a systematic mistake on one side or the other, or your mistakes are systematically bigger than someone else, which is the definition of a bad forecast.
Yeah,
a forecast error is not a bad forecast.
But you're there party to tinkering with an equilibrium unemployment rate when there isn't a predictable employment pool. And since around 2003, there hasn't been a predictable employment pool.
I don't think I follow your reasoning. You're saying we should just throw up our hands and say, well, it's all terribly uncertain, there's nothing we can do.
But prior to mass migration, real free movement, actual free movement of significant numbers of people across all different kind of pay ranges and professions and jobs. Previously, there was a fixed employment pool. In other words, it was predictable. Now there isn't. And there hasn't been, particularly since the significant changes in inward migration from 2003 onwards. So when you're trying to predict unemployment in any way, you're not dealing with the same thing. The model's entirely almost out of the window because there's no fixed employment pool anymore. Employers can bring in who they want.
I don't think for monetary policy it's important for there to be a fixed employment pool. It's important for us to be able to assess the amount of slack. And as we have said many times before, when there are, for example, large inward migration flows, those people bring more labor supply, but they also bring demand for the economy. And so they don't necessarily have a first-order impact on the amount of slack in the economy, which is ultimately what matters for monetary policy.
But slack, productivity, wage rates, fundamentally affected, aren't they, Governor, by the numbers of people available to employers to bring in. And we're comparing apples and pears from pre-2003 to post, in the sense that employers are bringing in vast numbers of people as they want and able to recruit and have been recruiting in a totally different way. And therefore, it's hardly a surprise that the models that are there come unstuck. I mean, there's a danger of looking at the wrong things, almost to an old paradigm.
Well, there's a couple. You're raising a number of important points. But just if we could be on the same definitions. In terms of the unemployment rate, the proportion of those in the labor force who are unemployed, and whether those individuals in the labor force are UK nationals or foreign nationals that are looking for work here, that's the measurement that about which we're making a judgment, and that's I won't go over the judgment we've made unless you want to go back into detail on that. Your point, though, in terms of the, if you will, a shadow labor force of migrant work across all skill levels, and that adding an additional proportion of slack to the labor force is a valid one. It is a valid judgment which we have to make a judgment about that, and about any potential structural change to that labor force that could evolve over our forecast horizon. I'll come back to that in more detail. But we have looked at the impact of migration in aggregate on inflation, which ultimately, as you know, is our target. And I think it was in May of 2015 we had a box which was based on pretty extensive analysis, which indicated that there was a marginal impact on inflation at the 2 and 3 year horizon, 0.1 difference, because of the additional slack, obviously bringing some downward pressure, but the demand that came with those workers putting upward pressure, and they largely canceled out. So we have to be conscious. This is something that about which we will have to pay particular attention in the coming years, if there's, as is to be expected, some adjustment to the nature, scale, magnitude of inward migration to this country, and whether it has a macroeconomic impact, ultimately an impact on inflation, once you take account of both the supply and demand side. The equilibrium, the proportion, though, of people who, the equilibrium rate of unemployment is a related but separate issue to that.
But Mr. Haldane, because you were earlier trying to kind of throw your weather remarks back to 2008, but in fact, when you raised them, and in the questions that you then answered, it was equally applicable at the time, your remarks to last year. The free flow of labour and the pressures that brings on the labour market affect individuals' behaviour and their response. But that doesn't seem to have been taken into account in terms of the very inaccurate projections that were made in relation to the referendum.
So maybe I'll pick up one or two of those points. Firstly, I think for the avoidance of doubt, I actually was drawing a distinction between our learning from the time of the global financial crisis, which was a big one, massive error, big learning, to which we and others have then responded, and the events of the last 6 to 12 months, where the error was on nothing like the scale, and quite a lot of what we have learned is basically new news, including policy changes. So I think those are quite important distinctions, actually. When it comes to the labour market, I don't want to make the forecasting thing sound like a counsel of despair, because it is not. Our underlying framework, which is one around demand and supply, is largely intact. Different judgments on what the drivers are, for example, of the demand for labour and the supply of labour. You mention one or two very important structural forces that are reshaping.
I just asked about consumer behaviour.
Yeah,
and it's consumer behaviour that you appear to be misjudging.
And people's jobs and their incomes plainly are a very important shaper of that. So when it's issues, for example, of structural shifts, you mentioned one, which is rising levels of immigration. Let me mention a second, which would be rising levels of job insecurity, the rise of the gig economy or the sharing economy. Has that had an impact, we think, on wage growth? Yes, we think it probably has. Has wage growth in turn an impact on our views on the NERU of this U-Star concept? Yes, it has. Has it impact prospectively on degrees of, on amounts of consumer spending? Prospectively, yes. I think we are taking some of those long-run structural shifts in the jobs market into account when we're judging things like wage growth, incomes, and spending. Is that a learning exercise, given that those shifts are big and ongoing? Yes, it is.
Now, Mr. McCafferty, I mean, you and Mr. Haldane have quite a different perspective on business surveys. Those business surveys in the aftermath of the referendum, wouldn't it have been reasonable to predict that those filling in the surveys have the same emotional responses as the rest of the population, not necessarily the same as one another, but they would see and contemplate any shock, any surprise, and act with that emotion in terms of their immediate thought process, in the same way that politicians but many others in, perhaps everyone in society does as well.
Well, I think it is clear that the business surveys immediately following the referendum results did suggest that businessmen were going to take a rather less upbeat view of what was going on going forward, not only in terms of output but also in terms of their hiring intentions. Those then recovered later in the autumn. So I think the initial reaction on the part of both consumers and businesses was relatively negative in the immediate aftermath, and then rectified itself. And at that time, and it's very easy with hindsight to look back and say, well, things have turned out differently, but at that time the evidence suggested that the shock of the uncertainty of the referendum result was going to have a material impact on the rate of growth going forward. We've now learnt that some of that has been mitigated by external factors, the movement in financial markets, the depreciation in sterling, the actions that we took back in August, what the Chancellor has done on fiscal policy, all of which have helped stabilise confidence and drive the economy forward as we've gone through. I think it's very difficult to simply say that people react with psychology. Of course they do, but you need evidence as to what that psychology leads to in terms of behaviour. You started by saying we tinker with the model, but what we are doing is learning as a result of experience and evidence how the economy is evolving, how it has changed as a result of changes to the structure of the labour market, and are adapting our judgments as to the forecast as a result. I'm not sure what else you would expect us to do.
Well, you take it as a criticism, it's
an
observation. But final question to you, Governor. I know you'll be as delighted as we are that we're now seeing clearer public differences of view within the MPC, rather than the fear of groupthink which we'd often, myself included, suggested might be a problem. That's healthy. I'm sure we could all agree on that. But in terms of whether you're looking at all the right things, I recall quite some time back, I can't recall how many years back, listening to Kate Barker on her housing review. And in the intervening period, home ownership in this country has fallen by an unprecedented and record amount. And yet, home ownership was part of, promotion of it was part of the review. That's in a relatively short period of time. And yet, we're seeing in your inflation report, again, changes on behaviour on the housing market as a key factor in how things are turning round. I mean, isn't there a danger that actually the models that you're operating and what some have called the groupthink is behind the times in terms of where the public is? And this point of the housing market, what is one measuring in the same way when there's been this huge change? And therefore, do you not need to be doing far more work, and others, in analysing how consumer behaviour is changing, how it might change, and what in fact consumer behaviour is?
Yeah. 3 points. First, just on the survey point, if I may. The surveys at the time, across all the surveys, the time we took the August decision, predicted recession. That's what the surveys, if you mapped historic relationship, they predicted outright recession. So we aimed off of that. We didn't think the economy was going to go into recession. And we aimed off, and we had mild growth for the second half. We were towards the top end of forecasters at the time. So now, we clearly didn't aim off as much as we should have been higher in retrospect. We did contribute something to that outperformance. I won't try to quantify it, but we did contribute something to that outperformance. So I think it's important just to get that there. Secondly, on the housing market, yes, you're absolutely right. There has been a big structural shift in terms of the proportion of home ownership, millennial attitudes towards ownership and rent. The carrying cost of housing for individuals has persistently gone up. We do use things such as we have a survey we conduct with NMG on an annual basis, which looks at up to 10,000 homeowners, and we try to get exactly into these types of issues. How are individuals going to react to an increase in the price of homes, increase in price of rents, changes to interest rates? in either direction, how symmetric or asymmetric is the response, to try to understand through survey evidence, and then layering on top of that, going out and talking to people around the country, and we should get to that at some point, in terms of what we do with our agents and what we do as individuals to go around the country to talk to people about exactly these issues, to understand how these could affect behavior with policy moving in either direction. Your bigger point is absolutely right, which is that do we think we have a perfect model of the British household? No. Do we think we have been perfect understanding? Do we have to supplement our understanding with a variety of satellite analyses and face-to-face discussions? And last point, which was an earlier point raised about, we might understand that no forecast is a prediction, is perfect, that there's probabilities around there, but that's not what people hear, and do we need to do a better job of explaining that, what the forecast is and what different possible scenarios are for the economy. And I'll stop on this point, which is, we've been here an hour, these are all great questions, but we haven't talked about the various different scenarios that could transpire for this economy in the coming few years, and what that could mean for monetary policy, and that's something that we at least started to set up with this monetary policy report.
We are running slightly behind schedule, so it'd be grateful if colleagues could ask brief questions and you could try and make, even though your replies to those questions are very interesting, your replies slightly shorter. On the agent question, for several years I've asked the bank to take a look at what can reasonably be published. I realise that some of this is commercially confidential, some of this information can't be disclosed for other reasons, but you are probably the premier collector of this kind of information in the country now. It was something you didn't have at all in 1997. It's been built up steadily since then. It's a great source of information and of wider interest to the economy and can improve economic performance. Could I ask you to undertake a study of that internally and come back to us with any improvements in the level of disclosure in due course, and maybe it would need to be led by the chief economist.
Okay, very quick point on that. In this report, we're setting up, the agents are setting up a new decision maker panel. It's going to be one of the most comprehensive groups of surveys, business surveys, CFOs of companies large and small across the country. The initial findings of that, the first 750, it's going to be much bigger than that, are in this report. And we published it precisely for this reason. It's a little premature to put it out, but it's to start getting the information.
It's the regional
one example,
impact too,
but that
is often of greatest interest to the Commons.
Understood.
Crystal.
Thank you. The most recent minutes of the MPC said there are limits to the extent to which above target inflation can be tolerated. Mr McCafferty, what are those limits?
I think those limits are the extent to which we see the above target inflation that we're already close to experiencing start to change behaviour and attitudes, in particular inflation expectations. We've seen inflation expectations start to rise, but only from below average levels back to levels which I would still judge consistent with the medium-term achievement of our 2% inflation target. Were they to rise further, people were to fear that the above-target inflation were not to be temporary and would become more ingrained, then I think we would have to become rather more worried.
Right. So it sounds to me like you're saying we are on the cusp of the limits to that toleration being breached.
I'm not sure I would want to speak for everybody on the committee because I think there are different views, but I think, yes, we are closer to those limits of tolerance than we were 6 months ago.
Okay, Governor, would you agree with your colleague Mr McCafferty that we are on the cusp of breaching the limits to which above inflation target
I think Mr McCafferty just clearly said he didn't want to say that, and I'll leave his words to stand in the record. I think I'd say with respect to the limits, agree in terms of looking closely to inflation expectations. Secondly, I think we all agree on these points. Looking at the causes of the overshoot. Why is inflation overshooting? Is it overshooting because of pass-through of the exchange rate depreciation, or domestically generated inflationary pressures contributing to that overshoot? Those are two very different situations. Third point is, what is the degree of slack in the economy at the time? Because after all, the only reason why we're tolerating this overshoot is because we're trying to balance under exceptional circumstances the overshoot versus the degree of.
Well, on that second point, can you comment on your view of the balance between the extent to which the overshoot is caused by currency-related pass-through versus domestic inflation?
It's entirely caused by, in our forecast, by the overshoot that comes. Inflation has been picking up. And we expect the inflation figure, the data for February, when published start of next month, to be at 2%. That's our point forecast, so around 2%. But that pickup has largely been because of the dissipating drag of past deflation of largely import prices, past appreciation, low commodity prices, low food prices. So that's a level effect, if you will. And we pick up. The overshoot, we expect inflation to get about to 2 3/4, 2.8% by this time next year. That overshoot and the overshoot at the end of the forecast, the 2.4%, which is in some respects the most relevant, in our forecast is entirely because of the pass-through of inflation. So in other words, if we hadn't had the move in because of the exchange rate,
even as late as 2020, so the end of the forecast period,
as late,
that's 3 years away.
Yeah, that's one of the lessons we learned as an institution from the depreciation of 2007-8, is that exchange rate pass-through is quite protracted for sizable moves. Now, we'll see if the behavior is not consistent with that. If it's sharper, if it's more prolonged, more pronounced, or there's other, but most importantly, if we start to see second round effects, in other words, if it starts to influence wage behavior or other price behavior, and we start to see domestically generated consequences of that moves us closer to the limit. So I think you have to look at it in the round. It is.
So, Governor, what is your definition of the limit? The limit to which above inflation?
Well, I just gave you the conditions that I would use, and I believe different members will place different weights on these, but colleagues on the committee will use to judge those limits. I will make one point, if I may, which is that the path of interest rates in this forecast, we condition on the market path. We take an average of what the market is. We don't make a judgment on it. We just take that average, we put it in. That path of interest rates for this forecast in February versus November is a gentle increase in interest rates over the forecast horizon, about 2 interest rate increases over the forecast horizon. That's what the market was saying. So there is a shift, at least in the market's judgment at the time we did this, in terms of the path of policy. And when we talk about the risks to policy, that whether policy could be tightened relative to that or loosened, it is relative to a path of increase in interest rates.
You mentioned, or Mr. McCafferty mentioned, medium-term market inflation expectations are one of the considerations you look at. Chart A on page 31 of the inflation report, the green line expresses those 5 to 10 year forward inflation expectations, which have ticked up recently and are now at around 3%. If 5 to 10 year forward inflation expectations are now around about 3%, doesn't that suggest the market believes that the uptick in inflation is not a temporary phenomenon caused by currency pass-through, but has some more fundamental and longer-lasting cause?
First off, thank you for drawing attention to that for a couple of reasons. One, it gives a chance to remind everyone, I know you know this, but the market expectation, the market instrument uses RPI as opposed to CPI, and there's at least a 1 percentage point wedge between RPI and CPI. The market judges about a 1 percentage point wedge.
So you're saying the green line is RPI, not CPI?
It is.
Because that isn't clearly marked.
Well, it's the market convention has always been the case, but anyways, I'm telling you now, so we can.
It's not marked at all.
In the inflation report.
No, it's not. Page 31, chart A, which is titled CPI inflation and summary measures of the levels of inflation expectation, which in my view very clearly implies the green line is CPI, and in the note at the bottom it makes no reference to RPI. Okay. So at the very least that chart
this
needs
is
to...
a market-based measure, this is a survey-based.
So is that survey-based measure RPI or CPI?
Some of the surveys specifically ask, some of the surveys don't ask.
So is the green line CPI, RPI, or some fudge of the two? This is quite important. Mr. Holder, you're the chief economist. Is the green line on chart A, on page 31, expectation of CPI or RPI or some undefined fudge of the two?
By recollection from this survey, I'm not sure the survey itself specifies the index for this one.
Well, that means there's an uncertainty of plus or minus 1% in the number.
That's correct.
I think the point
that Chris is on here. Well, the detail. Would you take this away and come back to us with an explanation of what we should read? First of all, what the number actually is, and then what conclusions, if they're different from what are in the text, we should draw from the figure that we're going to find out.
Fine, I'm happy to do that, but I'll go back to the bigger point that Mr. Philp is raising, and if you can use the table on the adjoining page, which gives this information in much greater detail, which uses it. And I think the point that you want to take from the uptick in inflation expectations, including on market-based inflation expectations, the five-year forward, which should be listed there. Oh, no, it's listed it's probably listed in the financials. You can find the 5 year. Anyways, the point is that what happened during the period when we had zero inflation is that particularly medium-term inflation expectations in the market began to drift down. And what we've seen as inflation has returned is that they have returned to their historic averages. And the historic averages, Mr. Philip, sorry, the historic averages are consistent with 2% inflation. That's been the average inflation over the time these have been in place. And equally an important point is that since November, there has been no uptick in inflation, market-based inflation.
You're saying the historic forward expectations have been 2%, they're now 3%.
Yeah, if you look at
So the governor just said a moment ago that historically long-term inflation expectations have run at 2%, but they're now running at 3%.
No, I'm saying that historically the historic averages are given. If you look at Table 1, historic averages are given 2000 to 2007. There's a historic average. You look at the most recent market indicators, and you compare those. Compare that penultimate or last column to the first column. You can see that they're consistent with historic averages when you get to medium term. I can tell you as well that five-year forward, which is the most liquid indicator of market inflation compensation, is consistent with historic averages. If you look on page 4, chart 1.7, you see what's actually something interesting. In a time of global reflation, you've seen quite a sharp uptick in inflation expectations in the United States and in Germany. Germany is a proxy for the Eurozone, the blue bits of those bar charts, and very little movement since November in the UK. So you have a situation in the UK where the judgment around inflation, you have inflation increasing, we all know that, expected to overshoot. I think most people know that message is getting across. And so short-term inflation expectations should be coming up. They are beginning to come up. That's logical because that's what is happening, is expected to happen. But the market's judgment of medium-term inflation expectations has not shifted, hasn't shifted. And that's consistent with what we expect to be a relatively, it's persistent, but ultimately temporary overshoot of inflation from target.
Okay, so you've got it persisting until 2020, which is the end of your forecast period. How long do you expect it to persist for?
It's gone off stage, but it's back by the fourth year, but we don't have a formal fourth year of our horizon.
So it'll drop off in 2021?
Yes, yeah.
Right. Okay, now you mentioned in your... Okay, you mentioned in your... Really? Okay. You mentioned in your last answer to John Mann that you started analysing different future courses of monetary policy depending on how our economy performs going forward as we leave the European Union. Do you want to just... I sense you were straining at the leash to elaborate on that. So I'd be interested to hear your views on that question.
No, not...
I know that it's
a brief strain at the leash. No, the point I was trying to make is that one has forecasts and one has scenarios around the forecast. It's important to think of scenarios around the forecast. There is a scenario around the forecast where the economy proceeds smoothly to a bold, ambitious trade deal. That's the core objective of the government. That is well anticipated by households and increasingly anticipated by businesses. So uncertainty effects start to dissipate. That is a scenario that is consistent with faster growth relative to forecast, higher inflationary pressures relative to forecast, and tighter monetary policy relative to forecast. That's obviously it's a good scenario. That is raising interest rates for the right reason. There are other scenarios which would be less optimistic or less positive, which could mean that policy would be on a different path than that. It could be on a looser path relative to what we've set out. But I think it's important to recognize that there are scenarios where this process proceeds relatively smoothly to an increasingly clear endpoint, and that would be consistent with a higher path of interest rates. Okay, that's one example.
I'm glad that is the shorter reply. At this rate, we're going to be here for lunch. Jacob Rismore.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Holding, I read your speech, The Dappled World, and watched the interview you did with Bronwyn Maddox, which I think were both extraordinarily interesting insights into the world of economic forecasting. But what I'd be interested to know is how this then relates to the formulation of monetary policy, because when Mr. Hammond asked, was there anything that would have been done differently had the forecasts been right, the answer was no, monetary policy would be the same. A very sort of quick nod of shake of heads to say that nothing would change. So what effect is economic forecasting having on monetary policy if, even if it had been right, the monetary policy decisions would have been the same?
I do come back to making sense of why it is the economy has performed better than we'd expected immediately after the referendum, which of course is a thoroughly good thing. This goes back to the point that I think Jan very helpfully made about the difference between forecast errors and forecast mistakes. Because some of what we've learnt about was genuinely unforecastable at the time. It's been a response to the policy actions that have been taken by us and others. There is, if you decompose our errors, a bit left though, which is behaviour of the consumer in particular and the housing market that has been a genuine learning. And I think that is an area where we can look to our frameworks for thinking, our surveys, our agency visits, for extra insights as to why that might be, and that we've been doing. For example, we were discussing earlier on surveys of consumers and how there have been important structural shifts among consumers in how they might respond relative to the past. Housing market. There are many more renters now than in the past because the availability of mortgages is somewhat less. That may mean that there are a cohort of younger savers who are looking to build up a target level of savings and may therefore respond somewhat differently to income and interest rate shocks than in the past. That's the sort of thing where we can look into the granular detail and try and tell a more coherent story about why consumers might be behaving as they are behaving. So I do think there's places where we can, and indeed are, I hope, learning lessons with new models, but they won't get us away from the occasional making of errors, which not all of which are mistakes.
Which is very important. Of course there will be errors, but there will be errors of model and errors of judgment. Is that fair? That some things you will judge to be worse than they are, some will judge to be better than they are, some will be that there's information in the models that is wrong, and that you can put right. But that doesn't mean there won't be another error in the model, because that's just the nature of things. But in terms of your learning from the errors prior to Brexit. In your speeches, you're very open to learning from errors, but in the information we get from the NPC, it becomes very minimal on any errors prior to Brexit, and very maximal, if that's a word I'm allowed, on subsequent actions. And I just wonder whether there isn't an element of self-justification in that, particularly when you look at the difference in importance the NPC is applying to the Chancellor's fiscal boost and that of the OBR, which the Chairman referred to, and indeed the Chancellor himself, who said it was a fairly minimal effect, and whether you will be able to understand what led to the Brexit errors if you basically brush most of them away by saying that the changes will come about because of the brilliant actions of policymakers afterwards.
And to be clear, I don't think any of us along the table has quite said the last of your statements. What we have done is we have gone back and we have tried to make sense of why we made the misses that we made. We're not attributing all of that to our brilliant policy actions or indeed anyone else's, though as best we can tell from our very fragile models, a decent element was that. A decent element was also, as I mentioned earlier on, a somewhat stronger world, which also took us and again most of the forecasters somewhat by surprise. That is not meant to come across as self-justificatory. I hope it hasn't done so. It certainly doesn't mean that we haven't learned some lessons from both that and previous forecasting errors that we have made. I think we have, not least about the behaviour of the consumer. Are they partly, to Jan's point, our forecasts are a fusion of models and judgment, always have been, always will be. And when we make errors, it will typically be a combination of the two. We can refine our models and are. We can refine our judgments and have. But figuring out how much of that is genuine mistake and how much of that is just things turning up, I think is important.
In the Doubted World speech, you concentrate more on the 2008 experience, where the error is very large, and you consider the difficulties of everybody thinking the same thing. It was, by no means only the Bank of England, it was, well, other than Peter Warburton, who had been paying attention to debt, very few economists were focused on all that was going on. In that, do you think the bigger error came because economists followed the same models or followed the same judgment?
I think it would be difficult to differentiate the two very much. I think the intellectual framework for thinking was quite common and perhaps even quite group-thinky at the time. One way that manifests itself is in the models that people use to help with their storytelling. So I think it was a combination of the intellectual framework within which people were operating and the models they used to justify their intellectual. I think it was a combination of both. If I just come back to one point on our August actions, if I may. So it links to the point that Ms. Phillip just raised about inflation expectations. For me, one of the virtuous things of our August actions was that they did boost somewhat measures of longer-term inflation expectations. In the run-up to the referendum, if anything, certainly me personally, I was a little worried that they were getting a little too low. And of course there was worries in financial markets and more widely about, if not deflation, then lowflation. What we saw after our August policy package was those longer-term inflation expectations pick back up, having been, if anything, a little bit too low, back towards target, and to the Governor's point, then stick there. Yeah. I would say, in terms of diagnostics on those actions having been, for me, the right ones, that is quite a useful diagnostic of having, if you like, cut off that lower tail of suboptimally low inflation expectations. Now, of course, if expectations keep on picking up from here, that would be a cause for concern for all of us. But thus far, at least, we've seen that correction take place and expectations stick. And that was the result, not of global developments. It preceded the pickup in the US and the euro area in inflation expectations. As best we can tell, That was a direct response to some of the actions that we took.
Again, I do want to come on to that in a moment, but I just want one final thought on 2008 and Brexit. At the extent to which you feel economists, and particularly the bank, with its very authoritative position, ought to be more cautious in the authority that it gives to its forecasts, and whether there is, because 2008 was off by 8%, and Brexit was off by less, but was politically extremely important because of the standing of the bank, and whether there is anything you can do, essentially to caveat forecasts, so that there is greater understanding of what you've been saying in the Dappled World speech and in the Bronwyn Maddox interview, because it seems to me one of the risks for policymakers is feeling that these forecasts are Holy Writ, and then being told 6 months later, no, well, we never meant that in the first place, and there's a need to express that in the first place rather than 6 months later.
Well, I mean, it's a very good challenge. We, of course, already, as you know, publish fan charts around our forecast, and have of long standing, back to previous Governor Lord King, emphasising the degree of uncertainty that we have. I mean, to give an example, the outcomes for GDP that we've seen since the referendum, although we, in a sense, missed, they were well within the bounds of our fund chart, about a 1 in 4 chance of the outcomes we've seen coming to pass as a result, from the fund. It's true that when, to a wider world, conveying that sense of uncertainty is not straightforward. We know that people find risk hard to understand. I find risk hard to understand. And uncertainty. They tend not to.
Conferences when we go back at the weekend, you don't find them gripping.
So I mean, but I wouldn't say. But to your point, I mean, should we think imaginatively about ways of conveying a greater sense of that? I think yes. And to go back to the topic of meteorology, of course, it has made great efforts to think of ways of conveying the probabilistic sense of what might happen in a way that's accessible to as wide an audience as possible. Not always successfully, but there could be some lessons we should take away and think hard about on that front.
I think in weather forecasting, if you just say the weather tomorrow will be the same as it is today, you've got a 2/3 chance of being right. And I wonder whether economics is a simple, but Governor, you wanted to...
just very interesting exchange. A couple of quick points. You rightly asked the effect on monetary policy if we had a different forecast. And I can... There are a couple of ways in which monetary policy is affected by the different outturns. The first is that in the forecast in August, we said, if this forecast is accurate, or if the economy broadly is in line with the forecast, a majority of the committee would favor additional monetary stimulus. So we aimed off the stimulus, and the reason we didn't provide it at the time was the uncertainty in the scale of the adjustment, and then that lapsed in November. So that's one way that the path of policy was different. And then the second is the expectations of markets. Now, this is a market expectation in terms of the path of policy as well. It's obviously affected by what we do and say, but also that there is now an expectation in markets of some tightening of policy over the next few years. And so when we talk about the risks around it, it's a risks around there. So policy is affected by the outturns. It's just that at present, the judgment of the MPC unanimously is that the policy stance remains valid today. I'll make a second point to that, which at some point that will no longer be the case. That doesn't mean that the policy stance was wrong at the time, and that's an important point. And we will not live in any fear of that accusation, and wouldn't hesitate to change policy if we felt that it was appropriate to change it. I'll make two final points if I may. Very quick. One, your model versus judgment. It's a bit bigger discussion. One of the judgments where there was a collective lapse, I think, was on lean versus clean. In terms of financial stability problems. It's easier to clean up after a mess than to lean against it. It's a bad judgment. It's incorporated now into our remit, actually, for monetary policy, that we can tolerate inflation under, for financial stability reasons, under target for a longer period of time if we judge appropriate in consultation with the FPC. So I think that's one learning that, and to the credit of this system, has been incorporated. And the last thing, and you won't like me for saying this, but success is an orphan on this in terms of the financial stability risks around the referendum. The bank did take some serious steps in order to mitigate those. if we hadn't done that, there would have been macroeconomic consequences, and it's important that we did it. And I think that we just have to accept that we're never going to get any credit for it.
In that case,
but I would, but it's important. I'm glad we did, or we'd be having a different conversation.
Right. Jacob's got one more quick point and a quick reply.
Please, following on what Mr. Haldane was saying about the increase in inflation expectation, when would you hope that interest rates might get back to a more normal level?
I think that, at the risk of giving a longer answer than the Chairman will thank me for, it's going to depend hugely on what you mean by what is a more normal level. I mean, I think it is clear that interest rates are going to remain lower than the sorts of rates that one got used to before the crisis for some considerable period and long after my time on this committee. Whether we can start to see a gradual normalisation of policy, I think, is going to depend very much on quite how the economy responds to the negotiations with the rest of the European Union about Brexit over the course of the next few years, and as the Governor has given at some length the reactions that we're likely to see from both consumers and businesses to that. But as has already been said, the current forecast is predicated on two small increases in interest rates over the course of the forecast horizon. Our discussions on whether we're slightly faster or slower than that depend on the evolution of the economy, but there is some hope, I think, that we can start to see the start of a gradual normalisation, if you like, over the forecast period.
Mr. Haldane, you said earlier, I think some time ago in the evidence section, that the bank haven't fundamentally changed their view about the long-run impact of Brexit. How do you reconcile that with the fact that there has been a fundamental change of information, or an improvement of information about the direction of government policy with respect to Brexit? And we now know that the government's going to abandon any attempt to remain in the single market, and that it will leave the customs union.
So I mentioned earlier on that we, at the time, we looked at a range of possible trading arrangements and just took the average of those in the absence of any better judgment at the time. It's true that the debate on this has moved on and is moving around, and perhaps we could have done a rather more subtle re-averaging of the possible range of outcomes.
But I don't think you'd describe leaving the single market and the customs union as something requiring a bit of subtle re-averaging, would you?
The reason we didn't make any shifts in that set of assumptions is because when we played through the impact that would have on our forecasts, the impact was relatively modest. Not least because these outcomes are some point into the future, and therefore that impact telescoped back to today on our forecast over our policy horizon up to the 3-year point were relatively modest. We will keep them under review, and I think as the debate moves at some point in the future, perhaps we will change those. But for now, I think suffice to say that even if we had adjusted them, that would not have had a material bearing on our inflation and output projections, and therefore on our policy presumptions.
Yeah, but this should be a two-stage process. You first of all work out what assumptions you should feed in, and then you take a look at the outcome. You should say, well, if I change this assumption, the outcome won't be very different, so why bother? That doesn't seem to be the right way to approach working out your assumptions.
No, my point was only that we had looked at this question and asked whether we want to alter our assumptions and what impact that might have on our projections.
But people out there will find it as striking and bizarre that something as fundamental as those two issues has resulted in no change in your assumptions. I'd just like the chief economist's comments, that he's the lead man on this issue.
Those are indeed fundamental judgments for the country. My only point was that in terms of the near-term impact that would have on our inflation and output projections, and therefore on our monetary policy judgment, they were not felt to be first order over that policy horizon for us.
Okay. George Carney.
Mr. Haldane, the collective view has reduced the equilibrium rate of unemployment by 10%. Your forecast for the period has unemployment, therefore, above the new equilibrium rate by 10%. Will that impact on inflationary expectations and wage growth?
Yes. So, as you say, we've lowered our estimate of the equilibrium unemployment from a little above 5 to around 4.5. Other things equal, that means there's more slack, if you like, in the labour market than we had previously thought. And that will in turn make for a somewhat weaker wage profile than we had had previously. And if you look in our most recent inflation report, you'll see that wage growth is consistently lower in this time's forecast relative to the previous one.
Right. What I wasn't quite understanding in the report was how you were linking productivity to equilibrium wages. And it seemed to suggest in some places that low productivity was actually leading to a downward pressure on wage growth. Do you explain that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So yes, I mean, on average, looking across decent spans of history, you do find, as I think you'd expect to find, a strong relationship between the underlying productive potential of a company or of a country and how much it can afford to pay its workers. That's very much there in the data. So the fact that productivity growth in the UK has been rather weak over the period since the crisis has, we think, been an important factor holding down wage growth. In fact, some of my colleagues would even say it's been the main factor suppressing wage growth over the period. Truth be told, if you look at the evidence on wage growth, it has been weaker even than we can explain from the weakness of productivity. A couple of years ago, we told a story about the low level of actual inflation as being a further factor holding down wage growth. The judgment we reached in February was that even taking account of the weakness of productivity and even taking account of the weakness of inflation, there was still an explained degree of weakness in wages of long standing. And that was one of the key factors that led us to relook at our judgment around this equilibrium unemployment rate and to lower it to 4.5. For the avoidance of doubt, personally, I think the risks around that judgment are genuinely two-sided. It strikes me as likely that equilibrium unemployment could be 4% as that it may be 5. There is important structural changes afoot in the labour market. We've mentioned a few today. That might mean that that equilibrium unemployment rate is somewhat lower than it has been in the past. Maybe close to the rates that we saw in the 70s rather than the 80s or the 90s.
So what's the missing ingredient? Could you speculate? There's the missing element. You said that you can't explain all of the undershoot in wage growth.
Right.
From simply slack, from productivity.
Right.
So that, I noticed one thing that you didn't seem to discuss anywhere in the report was perhaps the impact of the external economy and pressures on UK wages from external competition. Was it able to be something there that might have a domestic impact?
So to be clear, with the judgment that we've made in the February report around equilibrium employment, we can now account for the vast majority of that undershoot of wage growth that we've seen over recent years. So in some ways, the judgment we've made helped reconcile this wage puzzle that we have had of long-standing. And to be clear, this is of long-standing. I gave a speech on this about the possibility of lower U-star almost 2 years ago, in March 2015. Jan's given speeches on that. Mark's given speeches on that. My colleague Michael Saunders has given speeches on it. So it's been there in the ether for quite a number of years. This is not a snap judgment we've suddenly made. In terms of the forces shaping that, a number are possible. You've mentioned some. In the report, we mention a couple based upon our own internal research, which includes the fact that we now have a somewhat older workforce than we have had in the past, and their sets of skills are somewhat greater. So the fact that people are staying in the jobs market for somewhat longer, with somewhat richer skills, they're somewhat easier to match into work, may be a factor. We think it is a factor that may mean the equilibrium unemployment rate is somewhat lower than it has been in the past. That's one of a potential rich range of explanations, I think.
Can I move on to ask the governor a question then? I mean, taking that as read, it seemed to me, reading through the report, that there's an underlying assumption in your collective thinking that inflationary expectations jump back to some historic norm. And for an economist of my ancient lineage, who lived through the 70s and 80s, inflationary expectations can do some quite extraordinary things that they don't, from my perspective, revert to some historic mean. And if we have a situation where we have a labour market where new structural factors are holding down productivity growth. If we then enter into an uncertain period where imported inflation starts to impact on consumer prices, that would seem to me to open up, at least in theory, the prospect of a significant jump in inflationary expectations, leading to an impact on labour market, and those parts of the labour market that have some strength, pushing up wages. It seems to me the report, and just to test your thing on that, it seems to me the report is just a little bit too sanguine over the forecast period of inflationary expectations reverting to a short-term historical norm of the last decade, which has been quite low. When in a new global situation, with the UK having to face increased competition globally, and that adding to the pressure on wages, that you might get a labour response that says wages are being held down, we don't like this, we are going to respond by some labour action. So I mean, how just to test, how strongly do you think are the pressures that lead to inflationary expectations, particularly for households and consumers, reverting to some low historic mean?
Well, there's a lot in that question. I think the first thing to say is that it's a little more than a decade that inflation, there has been this historic mean, broadly consistent with the 2% target. It's basically been since central bank independence, and you can even stretch it back a little earlier to the advent of inflation targeting, but certainly since 1997, that has been the case. So it's a longer period of time, but we're not taking that for granted by any means, and it's one of the reasons why we have highlighted that inflation expectations is one of the key things that we are watching during, and which you'd expect us to when we go to a period of above targeted inflation, and we're explicitly intending to tolerate and overshoot for a period of time. Now, one of the things we really are looking at will be, are there any second round effects, which goes directly to, that's a fancy word for labor, are there labor market effects? Are people demanding higher wages because they're seeing higher prices in the shops? Entirely understandable. And a more successful strategy, you called it labor market action. I'm not quite sure what you're contemplating in terms of the structure of the UK labour market, the relative flexibility of this labour market, which is one of the reasons why we think that the equilibrium unemployment rate has fallen, one of the many reasons. But is the wage bargaining going to result in upward pressure on wages? It matters how much slack is in the market. So this judgment that we've been discussing today is incredibly important. And again, therefore, that's the second key judgment we're making. We've been very explicit up front in the report and in our monetary policy statement that these inflation expectations and are the behavior of wages consistent with the judgments Mr. Haldane's been talking about in the labor market. Are they consistent with that? If not, it will have consequences for the path of policy. I will tell you that in terms of where wage growth has been, regular pay, average regular pay in the economy, which is, there's many indicators of compensation. That's probably the most reliable in terms of mapping through to unit labor costs and therefore to inflation. The most recent figures, it's a slight downtick in the rate of growth. I wouldn't put too much weight on it, but we don't see the pressure there. Our agent survey of wage settlements for 2017, which actually has some decent predictive power, actually shows a deceleration of wage growth from 2.7 to 2.2 for 2017. I think one can only explain that by some degree of uncertainty and employers having a bit more the balance of bargaining power shifting a bit more to employers than from workers in this environment of uncertainty. But we will see. We will see. And if we do see any of the elements that you're describing, and to different degrees at different times to different members of the committee, but they would have consequences for the path of policy.
In addition to the impact of the devalued pound, you are saying in the report that, and Mr. McCafferty referred to it, out there in the ether is the prospect of a rise in bank rate over the next 3 years. In fact, you say condition on a market path for bank rate that rises to just under 0.75 by 2020. The MPC projects CPI inflation to fall back gradually. So I read that unless you're raising bank rate to at least 0.7, inflation won't fall back. So we into the inflationary mix, we have to add interest rate rises. How do you think that will impact on expectations, Mr. McCafferty?
In terms of what that does directly to the CPI, it does very little, because of course the CPI at present does not include mortgage costs, and as a result any changes in mortgage rates do not feed directly into CPI in the same way that they used to under RPI. Which is
why I prefer RPI.
Well, there are other problems with RPI, I would argue, which may preclude it from being a good target as well. But be that as it may. But I think the scenario, and I would say I worked through the 70s and 80s as you did as an economist, so I'm always mindful of the possibility of a de-anchoring of inflation expectations. But I think the governor is right when he says that the long-term averages apply since the change in the monetary policy regimes and the advent of explicit inflation targeting. Inflation expectations have been rather calmer and more stable than was the case prior to that period, and I think we can therefore expect that to continue, but it is an upside risk to our forecast that if the natural rate of unemployment is perhaps not as low as we have now changed it to be, or if consumer attitudes, or should I say employee attitudes towards nominal wage bargaining were to shift relative to where they've been for the past 3, 4, 5, 6 years, then there would be more domestically generated inflation, and that would have consequences to policy. It's an upside risk. It's one we will continue to monitor closely.
Well, it may not be. So if it proves not to be, then I'll forego it. I just wanted to squeeze in on a totally separate.
Too late then.
Okay. I'm a team player.
Well, that's very kind of you, George. Thank you very much. Helen Goodman.
Thank you. We're all interested in the labour market because you've said in the inflation report that your key judgments and risks are weak real income growth weighing on UK domestic demand and slack in the labour market weighing on wage growth, and we've all honed in on this. One thing I'm not quite clear about is, and I'm going to ask this question of Mr. McCafferty, it's highly likely that we will have less immigration in the next few years. Already we're seeing that, partly because of the exchange rate, but for other reasons as well. And that's before we have any policy changes. When you were looking at having this discussion about the fall in the equilibrium rate of unemployment, it looks as if you took account of the expansion in the labour supply from free movement, but not the potential reduction, which is the scenario over the next few years. Is that a fair criticism or question?
It's a good question. I'm not sure it's quite a fair criticism, in the sense that, as with a number of other of our assumptions within the forecast, we predicate the forecast on, in terms of migration flows, on those provided by the Office for National Statistics. They are expecting a slowdown in the net increase in the labour force and the population as a result of immigration over coming years, and that is built into the forecast already. There are, of course, risks around that. They're expecting the net flow on an annual basis to fall from 300,000 to around 150,000, I think, over that period. There are clearly going to be risks in both sides of that ONS forecast. It could be that the early data of the last few months does suggest that maybe immigration flows will fall rather faster than that. It may well be that the continued strength of the UK economy relative to that of certain other European economies will continue to be a magnet for immigration, in spite of the renegotiation of our border controls. So from that point of view, I think there are risks to both sides of that assumption, but we do have a reduction in immigration built into the forecast.
That's a very helpful answer, because I was rather surprised that it wasn't that issue wasn't mentioned. You've got a very interesting chart D on page 19. Wage growth has been weak relative to the unemployment rate, and you're showing a shift in the Phillips curve downwards. If we see a reduction in the labour supply, as forecast by the ONS, does that mean a shift in the Phillips curve, or are we simply moving along it?
Oh, sorry, it could mean either, or even both, is the short answer, depending on whether this is a structural change or otherwise. But I think one of the key questions is whether the shift in the Phillips curve that we've seen since the crisis is going to remain a permanent structural alteration of the economy. There are a number of reasons to suspect that it might well be, not least changes in government benefits relative to the costs of, or the benefits of being employed, for example. It's one of the reasons why we think that maybe the equilibrium level of unemployment has fallen somewhat, even if we disagree slightly on the exact degree to that level. So I think there are still questions as to both the slope and the positioning of the Phillips curve, and whether the degree of slack and some of the shorter term impacts of the crisis over the last 5 to 7 years are going to remain persistent or not.
There's a very interesting section on inflation and nominal wages also in this box, and in this you point out the fact that from the point of view of the employee, what they're facing is higher inflation, we're seeing a fall in the labour supply, and we've had this confidence effect. People were expecting that one of the benefits of Brexit was that they were going to be better off. And on the other side, you've pointed out the squeeze on margins for employers. So one thing one might say is it's very difficult to see how those things will play out, and whether that means that wage growth will be higher or lower. But doesn't that also suggest something else, which is that there will be more conflict in the labour market?
I think that is a distinct possibility, and how that is then resolved in terms of the balance of bargaining power that the Governor referred to between employers and employees, I think is one of the big uncertainties that we face going forward. And I do think that, given that 60-70% of wage settlements are negotiated in the first 5 months of each year, the wage or the pay round, as you like, to the extent that it still exists, we will learn quite a lot about the balance of power between the two sides of the labour force going forward over the course of the coming months. But I think you're right. I mean, essentially we have to accept that the sharp depreciation in sterling is a fall in the purchasing power of the UK economy. Quite how that is distributed between employees, employers through margins, and how that then feeds through into the broader macroeconomy and hence into policy, yet remains to be seen. And I think there will be some difficulties, particularly at the margin and in certain areas where skill shortages currently exist, where we may well see slightly more, as it were, shall we say, animated bargaining than perhaps we've seen in the past.
Yeah. Mr. Haldane, I want to ask you some questions about your speech in Redcar, but do you wish to comment on this before I come on to your Redcar speech?
I thought Ian set up the issues exceptionally clearly. I mean, the factors that you referred to.
Okay.
Ian referred to. So we had a survey in the field of our agents, one of our regular surveys, on just this question. And the factors we mentioned here, weighing on wage bargaining, both upwards and downwards, were mirrored in what we found from our survey. As the Governor mentioned, the net effect of them from our agent survey was, if anything, that the pressures were in a downwards direction rather than up. But time will tell, because we're in that crucial phase of the wage bargaining cycle, as Ian mentioned.
Thank you very much. I want to ask you a couple of questions about QE. In 2012, the Bank of England published an analysis which showed that the wealthiest 5% of the population had benefited to the tune of £185,000 from the QE, which had been undertaken at that point. And this didn't get very much attention until the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street in July and started raising these issues. Now, since then, we've had quite a lot of what some people might see as defensive remarks from the bank, and I think probably culminating in your speech in Redcar. You drew attention to a number of regional inequality maps, Mr. Haldane, which were quite interesting. But I just want to ask you a couple of things about it. What I'd like to suggest to you is that a very clear and tight distinction between inequalities of income and inequalities of wealth is perhaps not terribly helpful, because what we've seen between 2002 and 2014 is the ratio of house prices to median salaries rising from 6.4 to 8.8. And we've also seen over that time period the amount of people's spend on housing costs rise from 17% to 21 or 22%, I've got a graph here somewhere, 20, something like that. Quite a significant increase, 4 or 5% increase. So are you not a little bit concerned that the bank has fed the housing bubble?
Okay. So what I tried to do in the speech that you kind of mentioned, the Redcar one, but also in the one I gave before that in Port Talbot, was try to set out as clearly as I could with the data that we have some of these distributional questions. So I hope that, if nothing else, was a demonstration of the seriousness with which we're taking not just the aggregate impact on the economy, but how that has fallen, whether it's on a regional basis, whether it's looking at different income cohorts, whether it's looking across the age distribution, and finally, to the last of your points, how that falls as between homeowners and renters. And it is a different picture, depending upon how you cut the cake. As best we can tell, just starting at the aggregate level, the actions we've taken, both with interest rates and with quantitative easing, have benefited every region in the UK, and
Yeah.
materially so. And materially so, we've seen unemployment fall.
I'm not challenging that.
Okay.
I don't doubt that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have cut interest rates in the summer. My question is more precise, and I'm not one of those people like my colleague Steve Baker who's opposed to QE altogether. I have a seat in the north of England. It's more specifically about whether the way you do the QE has particularly badly impacted on the housing market, and the possibility of doing it in different ways to lessen that impact.
So on the housing market dimension to that, it's certainly true that the actions we undertook, both with rates and with QE, had the effect of stimulating asset prices. That was one of the channels through which they were intended to work. And also, referring back to the quarterly bulletin article that you mentioned, does the impact of that fall equally across society? No, it depends a bit upon your initial stock of wealth.
Well, entirely on that.
Well, it's one of the factors, and housing wealth is a large proportion of total wealth. So when you look at how the distribution of wealth gains has been distributed across the UK economy, as it did in those speeches, you do find there's a big skew towards older households who tend to be homeowners, and at the upper end of the income distribution. I would, though, differentiate between that and the bank's actions, or monetary policy actions generally, having been the key driver behind developments in the housing market. For me, the reason we have seen, not just over recent years, but over the course of several decades, a rise in the price of houses relative to people's incomes has not been unrelated in the main to monetary policy, and is fundamentally rooted in a supply side problem. We can do a little to moderate or to boost the demand in the economy, including the demand for housing, but ultimately we cannot influence the amount of the supply of housing out there, and it's the shortage of that that has caused that secular rise in house prices.
Of course, I understand that, Mr. Haldane, but when I raised the issue of the £185,000, which was the figure in 2012, those aren't my numbers, those aren't the government numbers, those aren't ONS numbers, those are your numbers. So this is your analysis showing that the work that you have done has had this impact on house prices. So don't you think that that is a significant amount?
It plainly is a significant amount.
I mean, it's more than enough to buy a house in my constituency.
Right. Has a significant boost to asset prices, and within that to house prices, been generated by our actions? Yes, it has. Have the effects of that been felt equally across the economy, across regions, across households? No, they haven't. Does that mean, though, that people have been at all disadvantaged in absolute terms by our actions? I think there the evidence is very strongly to the contrary.
Well, why, when you presented your chart 13A and 13B about the growth in median net wealth with and without monetary policy stimulus, or rather than asking you it in that way, would it be possible for you to do maps that showed the interest rate and the QE separately on those on that median net wealth?
I will take that away, but I don't want to overpromise. I also want to make the point that, of course, these are all estimates based on the models, the sort of fragile models that we were discussing earlier on. But if I could perhaps take that away and reflect on whether we could do some decomposition as between the effects of rates.
We're going to have to move on. You've got something?
Well, I did just want to say that it does raise the question, and I think this was the point George wanted to make, about what it is that the bank purchases in its QE programme, and the fact that, for example, the ECB spend more on investing in infrastructure bonds and in SMEs than the bank does specifically, and whether were the bank to do the QE in a different way, it might have all the excellent benefits that it has without these downsides in the housing market.
Do you want to come back on?
Well, my question did follow on from that, which was I really want to ask whether, in the situation where we have asset purchasing, and we've moved on to purchasing corporate bonds, whether that becomes the default purchase, from now on, because there's nothing else to buy.
Andy, do you want a quick reply to that, and then I'm going to move the questioning on?
I think Mark
if you can do it
as well.
I'll move to the government tribunation because he's.
What the committee said when we eased in August is that we could, if we needed to ease again, we could use any of the instruments that we used in August, which by definition means corporate bonds, gilts, or bank rate supplement. But it's very helpful.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Chairman. Just want to follow up something that the Chairman said about the work of the Bank of England agents before moving on to the topic of household consumption and savings. The Chairman asked about the work of the agents and whether you would go away and come back to us with some more information about how those agents' work is used and the resources put into it. I just wanted to give a couple of suggestions of things that I thought that the agents perhaps could look more at. Certainly, when I was at the bank, I found the work of the agents incredibly helpful. And when I moved to work in the private sector away from London, I spoke regularly to the bank agents in Yorkshire. Two parts of the economy that I'm not sure if the agents look at sufficiently, and indeed whether the bank look at sufficiently, are the self-employed, which is clearly a growing part of the economy. I think by the early 2020s there's likely to be as many people self-employed as working in the public sector. So how are the bank agents, and indeed the Bank of England as a whole, understanding that part of the economy, the wages paid, the investment decisions, etc. And then following on from something that Mr Haldane spoke about in his speech at Port Talbot, you mentioned in that speech, Mr Haldane, about going to a community centre in Nottingham and hearing a very different perspective on what type of recovery it was and whether the benefits were being felt. And I wondered, as well as talking to the CFOs and the chief executives of business, whether the agents could talk to people in the voluntary sector and the community sector to have a better understanding of what type of recovery it is. And in the response you give to the chairman as well, I'd be very interested to better understand what resources are being allocated and the way in which the bank use the information from the agents.
Now to say take both of those back, but on the second, particularly on the voluntary sector, third sector, we have substantially broadened our outreach to those sectors. For example, all of my agency visits, I think Andy's as well, colleagues, we include in the same roundtable members from those sectors, as with the CFOs and CEOs of companies, so we get a broader perspective. And our recent Future Forum in the Midlands had a series of specific tables with those sectors exactly to answer these questions. And it goes to not just understanding how the economy is being affected on the ground, but to the earlier questions about behavioural responses to policies and what's understood.
Thank you. The issue that I wanted to raise, though, is that around consumption and savings. In the minutes of the MPC meeting in February, you point to the household debt-to-income ratio being 134%, but you go on to say that this is 16 percentage points lower than its peak in 2008. You then say, since that peak, nominal household credit growth has averaged only 2% per year, and even over the past year has only marginally had been only marginally faster than growth in household income at 4%. It sort of sounds like you're pretty relaxed about household debt, which, if you just take those raw numbers, I guess I can understand why. But are you so sure that the household debt increases and the income increases have been for the same people, or has it been that the income of one group of people has gone up and the debt of a different group of people whose incomes haven't gone up have gone up? So my question is whether we should have some distributive concerns and some sustainability concerns. So if the people whose debt has gone up haven't experienced an increase in income, is this sustainable, or should we be concerned about it?
Yeah, Ms. Reeves, I mean, this is a very important question. First thing is that, as you know, within that overall growth of household debt, there's been a much sharper acceleration of consumer debt, so unsecured debt.
Yes.
And that growth, which is now 10.6%, has broadened from originally started with autos and PCP, lease type contracts, but it's broadened into credit cards and overdrafts. So that is something that we as an institution across the various committees are watching closely. If I can just say a couple of things about it. One is that we do have to put this in some context, which is that consumer credit is about 13% of overall debt. Secondly, that the increase in consumer debt relative to the increase in consumption is funding at most about 10% of the increase in consumption. So it's something, but it's not everything by any stretch of the imagination. We have to, in any of these situations, whenever we see some credit aggregates start to pick up to that extent, we should look at it. The responsibility starts with the individual, of course. They're the ones who are drawing down the debt. It extends then to the bank or whoever is lending them the debt. And then thirdly, goes to us as policymakers to think about are things being handled appropriately. And just to give you a bit of a sense of the sequencing between the committees, obviously about 70% of this debt, personal debt, actually 80% when a merger goes through, is provided by PRA regulated firms. So the PRA looks at the underwriting standards, and anytime you see things moving, you want to make sure that those standards aren't going from responsible to reckless. From an FPC perspective, we look at the overall amounts, and particularly your point, which is there this mismatch between who's borrowing? Are we growing a bigger cohort of people who are really going to be squeezed if the economy turns down, if interest rates move up, and that's going to have outsized macroeconomic effects? And obviously from an MPC perspective, we want to be comfortable about tail risks, and we also want to understand what this tells us about consumer behavior, consumer momentum, inflationary pressures, and therefore the stance of monetary policy. So the issue does cut across all the committees. It is something we're looking at closely. I do want to put it in some context, though. But I'm sure it's a discussion we'll continue to have.
So have you done the work that looks at who's taken on the debt, and if so, what does it show? Is my hunch correct that the people who have seen an increase in the debt are not the same people who have seen an increase in their incomes?
Well, it's not as clean as that. We do work on that. We use again this NMG survey as a first cut for it, and we do work. And this is one of the things. The advantage of the new structure is that on a micro level we can do that work as supervisors to go down and see where the underwriting standards are. So who is borrowing, what's their income, what are the assets behind, and are those consistent? And it is something we are looking. It's not going to surprise you. We're looking at much more closely now at the PRA.
But what you've looked at so far, is it telling you?
We're a little concerned about the. I don't want to overplay it at this stage because we're looking at it. We're concerned enough to look at it more closely at the easing of credit standards. I'll give you an example. The ability to transfer a credit card balance to a new, that's extended out to 40 months of interest free. So if you transfer that balance, that's quite a marked ease. And there is an accounting benefit for the firms that comes along with it in that they can realize some income over the period where the individual is not paying any interest. So that's the type of situation that causes some concern. So we're concerned enough to take a harder look at it. I'm not in a position to give you a conclusive view on those standards at this stage.
It would be interesting to see, perhaps in
I think in coming months we will. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've already touched on this a little bit, Governor. But Are you concerned about lending criteria at all? Because what I'm seeing as a constituency MP is that lending criteria seems to me to being relaxed and lending being pushed more on customers more than it was perhaps a year or two ago. Is that something that you're seeing at all? And then a sort of related question, and again it's a sort of distributive question. Are you concerned at all? And I don't really have a view, but I'm interested in yours. Have some groups seen the feed-through of your very relaxed monetary policy? Have some groups seen that feed-through more than others? So have some groups, those with mortgages, seen sharp declines in their lending, their borrowing rates, whilst other groups, perhaps the less well off and unsecured lending, have they seen less of that pass through? I know you're saying about the zero balances on credit cards, but there's other forms of unsecured lending.
Yeah. Well, we had, I believe we had an exchange at the last session, MPC session, and I wrote in on some of the pass-through, maybe it was 2 ago, on some of the pass-through. We're now seeing in terms of mortgages that the full 25 basis points, in fact a little more, has been passed through on SVRs and including on fixed-rate mortgages because longer-term yields have come down. So it is being passed through, and those who have mortgages, and that's the bulk of debt, are seeing the pass-through of the benefit across the income curve. Second point is that with the reduction, in some apparent loosening of credit standards, I gave you one example, but we've seen some other examples of that, so that's something we're looking at. Part and parcel with that, with the lower interest rates, we are seeing lower interest rates on unsecured borrowing. I think we give the example, I believe, in the report of rates on £10,000 loans have come down. Interestingly, those have come down more sharply than those on £5,000 loans because the latter tend to be debt consolidation type loans as opposed to for specific opportunities for individuals. So we have seen that. We are looking at it. In terms of broader criteria, though, I just remind, I know you know this, but in the mortgage market, which after all is more than 85% of borrowing, we have in place this portfolio limit of 15% on a high loan to value. We have in place an interest rate, a stressed interest rate that mortgagors have to use, and the new MMR standards that are in place from the FCA. And so those standards have held up. People aren't bumping up against 15%. We have refreshed a review. The FBC just did review with the FCA on this. And so those standards are holding up. So in the core of the lending market, 85%, standards are still pretty robust. Now, we do have to, as you've rightly raised, on unsecured household, we're looking at it, and as we should.
Yeah. So just to summarise, you are concerned about lending criteria outside of mortgage lending, but you think that rate reductions have been passed on across the board. Is that?
We think rate reductions have been passed on, and I would add, importantly, rate reductions have been passed on to businesses. There's £450 billion of business borrowing out there. It's largely floating rate, and we've seen full pass-through of that to businesses.
Then just finally, can I just ask about your forecast for consumption? The bank's forecast sees household savings ratio declining to a record low, and with inflation eroding real income, the only way to sustain the consumption forecast is through that further decline in the household saving ratio. How realistic do you think that is? How sustainable do you think it is that households continue to reduce their savings to fund consumption?
Well, I think the first thing is that shows that there are some two-sided risks to our forecast. We do have a slowing in household consumption over the forecast horizon, as you know. And it's fair to describe it as a marked slowing, but in order even to have that rate of consumption, given where we think wages are going to go, the savings rate has to fall to historic lows. Now, the one thing I would say about measures of the savings rate is it's only direction that matters. It's never the absolute level. The one thing we know about the savings rate, it will be substantially revised after the fact. I mean, it's a ratio of two very large numbers with substantial uncertainties around them. So it is, why would households be willing to further reduce savings? It would be because they are confident that the squeeze on their incomes is temporary, that there is a temporary increase in inflation, that the economic outlook remains positive, including through this period of somewhat uncertainty, and that confidence allows them to look through it and support the economy. So, but it does show, I think, with the savings rate coming down, that there are some downside risks to this forecast as well as upside risks, and we spent a fair bit of time, rightly, on the upside risk, but there are some downsides, and this is one of the biggest.
And on just to each of you very quickly on household. No, it is just a missile note. On household consumption, to the four of you, do you think that the risks are more to the upside or to the downside for the path for consumption, the central path in your forecast, Dr. Vliga? You can just say upside or downside.
Well, I think there are risks to both sides.
Which one's
exactly as the
greater,
Governor said.
Dr. Vliga?
The only thing I would point out on consumption is that all the indicators until quite recently, until about 6 weeks ago, were consistently surprising in the direction of being stronger than we thought. In the last 4 to 6 weeks, it's become decidedly more mixed, and so if there is a slowdown in consumption coming, there might be some. Sorry,
are you on the upside or the downside?
Relative to our forecast, I think the risks are in either direction.
Got it just right.
Mr. Haldane?
A downside.
Thank you. Dr. Carney?
It's so recent, it's balanced.
Me too, I think they're roughly balanced.
Yeah. Kit Malthouse. There are two more colleagues want to come in. I'm sorry to take rather long.
Governor, last time we met to talk about this in November, I think it's fair to say you bridled a little at my suggestion there might be issues with information gathering and decision making. So I'm pleased that much of the conversation today has obviously been about that. But you also said you wanted to, early on, that you wanted to move on to talk about possible scenarios for the economy. And I have to confess to you, having listened to the conversation today and made some notes, I'm struggling to have any kind of confidence that those conversations might actually be fruitful in terms of forecasting, because it strikes me that what's emerging is an organisation that's possibly struggling with a new kind of economic paradigm. And I wondered whether you felt as if the bank and its decision making was kind of trapped in a pre-2008 mindset, whereas we actually have a post-2008 economy and economic psychology in the population, which is you're struggling to catch up. I mean, most of the people I would imagine the MPC learnt their craft pre-2008, accepted the kind of shibboleths of economic forecasting from that period. And we've heard today about some of the significant changes, the deflationary effect of the internet, the changing nature of the job market, perhaps newly embedded expectations of what interest rates are going to do over people's lifetimes, other things like the penetration of 24-hour media and social media and its ability to lead opinion rather than report opinion on the economy, and a general sense, certainly that I get from my business life, that we're in a kind of sod it economy where people think, I can't hang around and wait for things to happen. I have to be positive whatever happens because my life is eking away. The broad people under the normal curve are economically active in their kind of 40s and 50s, thinking, do I really have to wait until I'm 60 to grow my business? Yeah. Do you think that's a challenge for you from a forecasting point of view? It sounds to me as if you're putting some work into fundamentally reviewing your ability to forecast the economy in the way you used to be able to. Yeah. I mean, if you look at your fan charts, for instance, they're widening on a quarterly basis around the central forecast.
There's several things in there, some with which I agree, others I don't recognize at all. I don't think the bank is in any way, shape or form caught in a pre-2008. I think replaying the 2008 thing is to miss the much broader set of issues that we're discussing. And I think just the nature of the institution, given that it has an FPC that is almost expressly designed to look at is designed to look at the tails around the central distribution, the wider bits of the fan chart, what could happen in those situations, and what, if anything, can be done to mitigate those downsides, and is not just a passive observer of that, but has been an active driver of policy, shows that the institution has moved on. Now, whether its judgments are right or whether it's missing things, we can obviously debate when as we do rightly when the FPC comes here, but I don't think it's a pre-2008 thing, nor do I think that the people you see in front of you are caught in some time warp. After all, I'm afraid I was the governor of a bank, that central bank that made it through the 2008 crisis and did things in order to do so. So, I'm going to bridle again at the aspersion. In terms of the nature of the economy changing, though, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, when you look at whether it's the nature of the labor market, the rise of I'll simplify it into gig economy type effects, and how that's affecting wage bargaining, whether it's the impact that is still relatively nascent but potentially quite substantial of machine learning and AI, and what that's going to mean for wage and inflation dynamics, something that Andy had talked about more than a year ago with some derision, I would say, in terms of observers of why would you possibly be raising this, because it doesn't immediately affect the inflation horizon. Well, it will be affecting the inflation horizon at some point, just like the advent of China into the global trading system 10 years ago, 15 years ago now, started to affect the inflation horizon. So we are looking at these types of issues. I think as the aging of the population and the debt burden and how that changes consumer behavior, again, something we're spending a lot of time on.
But sorry to interrupt, so just short of time, but on this stuff, I mean, it sounds to me as if you're aware of this stuff, but it's not yet being woven into the forecasts, and therefore, I mean, Dr. Flieger said he didn't have any confidence in forecasts at the start. What I'm struggling with is asking you about future scenarios when the fan charts are so wide.
Well, I think the reason I raised the scenario point is that it is a way to make the fans, the bands of the fan chart tangible. So what's the scenario where there's going to be an upside, a significant higher pace of growth in the UK and higher inflation, and therefore consequences for policy? What could happen around the main, and what we're trying to do with our forecast, and this has been a process over a number of years, is to be clearer and clearer and clearer about the key judgments, not just in these so-called, well, they're called Stockton tables because they came out of a review by David Stockton, but also in terms of when we communicate our policy message. And we have been, I believe, and take judgment if you think we should do something else, but we've been as clear as we could be about, there are three key judgments in this forecast around inflation expectations and pass-through, around what we've been discussing, rightly so, in great detail around this labor market judgment, what it means for wages, and thirdly, what we've also been discussing, rightly so, around consumer behavior, and is there going to be this slowing of consumption as real incomes start to get hit. Mm-hmm. So that's part of the way we do it. Now, I think the question, if I may, which is, there are questions about bigger structural forces, gig economy, machine learning, other factors, which I think we should continue, and I think you would support, if I may, continue to do research on and try to scope out how they could affect the economy. But then for the immediate forecast, what we're talking about today, how we make the tails in the forecast more tangible. Should we be more explicit about downside risks and upside risks and how they could come to pass? Now, we have done that a bit in the past. We probably could do more of it. The challenge always in doing it is the risk becomes a prediction, and quite frankly, some of the things we've talked about in the last few sessions have been because of, in the past, we have said there are scenarios that if this happened, it could mean that, and we have to be conscious of it.
Well, this is one of the issues about whether your predictions are actually self-fulfilling, right? Whether people migrate to what you're predicting rather than your prediction being a true reflection of behaviour. So if, for instance, you look at food, inflation. You've got a section in the report on page 26 on food price inflation, which you quite rightly say is one of the things that affects people's idea of inflation generally, particularly consumers' ideas of inflation generally. It's hard for me to tell. I mean, it says in the report that the sterling depreciation that you say will largely drive inflation because it hasn't yet gone through to food, and yet we've seen some large companies like Unilever take advantage of that position to try and push prices up on Marmite and other issues like that. And I'm never quite sure whether Unilever look at your prediction of inflation and say, well, do you know what? Actually, here's our opportunity to fulfil that prediction. We can either be more efficient as a company, or we could take advantage of the market situation where there's an expectation of inflation. So why not fulfil it?
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I mean, I think that we can have material impact on the economy when we change policy. Changing forecasts, we can't guide the economy to a better outcome we can't make it so by saying it so. We can help explain what's going on. For example, we're going to go through a period of above average inflation, right? Above 2% inflation. That's our forecast. I think it is fairly well recognized that is the case. Hopefully, it's also fairly well recognized why that is the case, and that it will be temporary, and that we intend, within limits, to look through it, which makes it less likely that becomes self-perpetuating. But underlying all of what I just said is a policy judgment, or is a policy stance, which would adjust to make it so, as opposed to a pure forecast that decrees that it will happen. And I think the other thing in terms of the retail market, and we followed the specific situation you talked about very closely, and we talked to the major and smaller retailers carefully, the major good branded products suppliers as well. The one thing you saw in that situation, and many others, is this is a very competitive market. And so the idea that some central agency, whether it's a central bank or a government or somebody else, is directing that competitive market, I just don't think I don't think that's the way it works. Our job is to figure out how that competitive market will resolve the tension between the margin of the retailer, the margin of the supplier, and the consumer's ability to pay.
Okay, so when, for instance, we look at food, and you say that the depreciation in the pound has not yet fed through into food prices, but you seem to think that won't last indefinitely. When you balance the rise in import costs, what do you balance it against from a deflationary point of view? I mean, I asked you last time we met about the deflationary effects of the internet, for instance. So the strong penetration of e-commerce, the automation of supply, the wide global supply chain that the supermarket industry has, and combined with this incredibly competitive environment, I mean, surely the food prices are as likely to stay static, given that, as they are to rise, notwithstanding the depreciation.
I think when you look at the broader range of products that are supplied through supermarkets, a significant proportion of the imported inflation will be managed by the suppliers, managed by them finding other efficiencies, those broader secular trends, and that's been consistent not just with history but with discussions with them specifically. So not everything is showing up. On food, it tends to be substantially passed through once hedges roll off and prices change. On when you go down the fruit and veg aisle, that tends to be moving with the underlying prices of those products. When you go to any refined packaged goods, other products, and they have more leeway. And then in terms of overall cost, these I don't need to tell you, this is, if not it is arguably the most competitive food retailing sector in the world. Incredible innovation, constant innovation, and that is one of the reasons why you don't get as much the pass-through. So we are taking that in.
No, I understand. So on your food predictions, then your food price predictions, would it be fair to say it is as likely that the industry will be able to iron out those inflationary effects as it is that they'll just pass them through?
Net, I would find that very surprising.
Yeah,
to be honest. When you have the raw material of those imported food costs has risen by 20% since last November, with the depreciation of the pound since the end of 2015, then given that relative weight in the total retail price of the product relative to the cost of distribution and other factors that you refer to, I would find it very surprising if firms were able to simply smooth that through and not pass any of that on.
Notwithstanding the fact that you say they broadly have so far.
Well, I think what we've seen so far and what we've learned from our agents and from discussions with individual suppliers is that there has been some hedging. So it means that some of the depreciation of sterling has not yet fed through into the raw material cost. There has been some strategic planning of price rises. Very few retailers would like to put prices up in the week before Christmas, for example. So I think from that point of view, there are going to be lags in the system between the rise in wholesale prices and rises in retail prices. And then there is the balance of power between wholesalers and retailers, which means the pace at which those prices come through, as well as the extent, is going to be subject to some lags.
Okay, I've got to tell you, two more very quick questions.
Well, it'll have to be one.
Okay.
It really will have to be one.
Well, just one comment then. On QE, Mr Haldane just said, I think, in response to Rachel Reeves, that in response to Helen Goodman, that QE had actually boosted asset prices to a certain extent. And I have a memory, Governor, when we last met to talk about this, you said that wasn't the case. But we'll leave the debate for money supply later. I just wanted to ask a quick question about forward guidance. Last time we met, you said forward guidance was neutral. Is it now? You said last time we met to talk about this, you said forward guidance was neutral, that rates could go down as well as up. This was in November. Is it now the case that your forward guidance is that rates are going to go up twice in the forecast period?
Well, there's two things. First off, my comment on QE last time was related to a comment, if I may, Mr. Baker, that you had said you had a friend in Chiswick who works in the city who says that the only reason house prices had gone up was because of QE, and I was disagreeing with that. So just, if we're going to quote me, let's try and be consistent. I'm sure you do have a friend in Chiswick. I'm not denying that.
We're after the...
and just to be clear in terms of the forecast is conditioned on the market curve at the time we made the forecast. The market curve at the time we made the forecast has 2 rate increases, so that's what the market had expected, and I'll leave it at that since we're out of time.
So, what is forward guidance at the moment then? Is it still neutral?
There are scenarios where rates could rise at a faster rate than the market curve, and there are ones where they would rise more slowly. So there's I'm not going to. We didn't come to an explicit view as a committee on explicit guidance that we wanted to give, so I'm not going to invent one now.
We might start asking that question more often, Governor.
Well, I didn't know if you're such fans of it. Yes, we will.
Since you introduced full guidance, I think it's a relevant question to ask whether there is any.
Yeah.
And at the moment, we are not clear whether there is some.
Look, there are scenarios where rates could rise faster. There are scenarios where they would rise more slowly. Different members would ascribe different probabilities to that. The most important judgments around that pace have been clearly set out by the committee, around inflation expectations, around wages, around pace of consumption growth.
Is that a change from November? You specifically said in November that forward guidance was
You're
now moving to it'll be a rise. We're just not sure.
Well, I mean, but Mr. Malhouse, I mean, that's not some dramatic discovery. Anyone who knows our forecasting convention is that we use the market curve, and the market curve in November had a slight dip down in policy rates, and then a milder increase from thereafter. The market curve we used for this one has a mild increase.
Forward guidance to have meaning, Governor, it does need a direction, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well,
And there seem to be three possibilities.
It is
one is up, one is down,
it is
one is
situation
neutral.
perspective. We're not providing any explicit guidance. The committee didn't provide explicit guidance in this.
But you're not prepared to say that amounts to it's still neutral.
I'm not prepared. Speaking as the chair of the committee, I'm not prepared to go farther than what the committee said at the time, which I think is appropriate.
Well, I think you can tell from the tenor of this hearing, it's quite likely that this committee will come back to this, and we'll ask you whether you've had a chat about it next time you meet. Steve Baker.
Well, good afternoon. Governor, I wasn't going to satirise the bank, but after your the Chiswick comment, I'm tempted to focus on the highly amusing commentary which has emerged during this session on Twitter from Jedi Economist. But I'll just leave that out there for the journalists to have a look at. The thing I wanted to
are you saying your attention wasn't riveted to our testimony?
I briefly had a little search to see how the press were covering your commentary. It has been very interesting.
Otherwise, we really will be.
The point is this, that it's been a very interesting session on economic expectations and the bank's role in setting them. And in particular, Andy, you said something, I can't quote it literally without a transcript, but in relation to restoring inflation expectations, this was a direct response to some of the actions we took. Now, in the last Q&A, Helia Ibrahimi of Channel 4 News asked the question to you, Governor, was it becoming more difficult to be a central banker when political commentary is becoming more and more influential and more unpredictable? And in your answer, amongst other things, you said, in many respects, we're coming to the last seconds of central bankers' 15 minutes of fame, to use the Warhol line, which is a good thing. And really, Mike, I realise it's quite a light-hearted answer to get out of commenting on President Trump, but Andy, I mean, given what you've said about the importance, I think, to interpret what you've said, the importance of the bank being able to set inflation expectations, surely you don't want central bankers' 15 minutes of fame to come to an end. You need to retain this power to steer markets in order to achieve your objectives, don't you?
Well, certainly we would want central banks, including the Bank of England, to maintain credibility in their pronouncements on monetary policy, and we'd hope that those credible pronouncements would in turn shape inflation expectations in a positive way, anchoring them around the target. I'm not sure anything that Mark said cut across that remotely. That would be an ongoing, if you like, back to the future, traditional role of central banks in doing just that. What I took to be the real force of Mark's point, though, was that, and this goes to Mr. Mulhouse's question actually, the world is plainly going through a very large, significant number of long-term structural shifts, be they technological or labour market related or demographic or what have you. The bank has an interest in those, to the extent that they bear upon our objectives, including for inflation and financial stability. But ultimately our tools can't do anything to reshape or indeed much cushion the longer term impact of those structural shifts. Ultimately that falls to longer term structural policies rather than shorter run monetary policies. And in that sense, if policy were in the early stages or maybe even the latter stages of a pivot away from the monetary and towards the structural, that will be a welcome reflection of the structural challenges that the economy and financial system face.
So I have two questions that follow on from that. The first is that I think from what you've said that it's desirable the bank should continue to be able to set people's inflation expectations. To Ms. Ibrahimi's question, I mean, is it becoming more difficult for you to do those things which you need to do on expectations, given that politicians are saying things which shift expectations quite dramatically, and in this particular case, a Trump economic advisor shifted the currency markets? Is your job becoming harder in the context of political pronouncements which cut across what you're trying to do? Is there a message you need to convey to politicians about what they say which cuts across your remit in relation to economic expectations? Yes.
No, I'm not sitting here today thinking that there's a particular message we need to deliver. As Andy's saying, we're moving into a phase where fiscal policy and most importantly structural policy is going to be much more important. I mean, the country is embarking on one of the biggest structural policy shifts in a generation, and these are going to be and how that plays out is going to be the biggest determinant of future prosperity. I think what we need to do in that context is to manage expectations about what our role is, which is to support monetary and financial stability and support the adjustment by providing those foundations, as opposed to being able to determine the bigger factors. It does mean anytime you have big shifts in structural policy, potential fiscal policy, and potentially from outside the UK attitudes to the relative value of open global markets, financial and trading markets, that you're likely to have bigger volatility around asset prices, and that's something we're just we have to deal with, as opposed to try to lean against.
You made this point when you went on that it's much better to move forward to fiscal and trade policy being relevant than, as you put it, than the only game in town being central banks and monetary policy. But is it even possible for us to move on from central banks and monetary policy being so dominant when monetary policy is still extraordinary? I mean, the extraordinary is becoming normal, isn't it?
Well, this is exactly the point, which is that the encouraging scenario is that as other policies become more active, they help to raise the equilibrium interest rate, which means that normalization, I think an earlier question, of interest rates moves to a more normal level, by which I mean right now the fact that we've been close to a global liquidity trap, we've been close to the zero lower bound because other policies have not been as active in so many jurisdictions. That has meant that monetary policy has had a bigger weight, disproportionate weight. It has also meant, alongside the bigger factors that were mentioned, has meant that the equilibrium rate at which you can determine whether monetary policy is stimulative or contractionary is much lower. Hard to be overly precise, but much lower than it was historically. Now, as you get shifts in public and private savings, public and private investment, structural changes, increases in productivity, all of those factors, that interest rates moves up, and then monetary policy at a given level gets more traction and it can normalize. So it is very much, the two are very much connected, and the stance of monetary policy is in some respects a symptom of, and I'm talking globally, I'm not talking domestically, but globally, the relative absence of meaningful structural reform and structural change that's helped to boost productivity.
So you've given a very clear answer about the direction of travel there and how you see it evolving. But I mean, would you agree with me very simply that you're not likely to escape your dominant position as a big player in the economy until you've reached that point that interest rates, monetary policy overall, are much more normal? And what does more normal look like so that you become a less important and dominant player in the economy?
Well, we're not the determinants of long-run prosperity. So we're not dominant at all. We can influence. I mean, if we get things horribly wrong on the financial stability side, then we can have a big influence on longer-term outcomes. And we're obviously working hard to make sure that's not the case. We learned the lessons of 2008. But we obviously very influential on short-term path, but not in terms of where the long-run prosperity is in the gift of the private sector, and then influenced by. And I would say, I think we all know what the biggest influence is going to be, which is the outcome of the negotiations with the European Union and with other economies, and the domestic reforms that process catalyzes. Yeah. So those are the dominant influences. We're a sideshow to it. But
there are several departure points we have on that conversation. I'm just looking at the FTSE and how it's risen since the votes. And it brings to mind the LSE Hayek lecture from 2010 by Jesus Huerta de Soto, and he was, if I was to summarise it, he was talking about the cumulative microeconomic consequences of monetary policy. But if I was to put it in a nutshell, his suggestion, I think, would be, it wouldn't be unfair to say, that this sort of rise in the stock market that we've seen could be attributable to the stance of monetary policy since the vote. But I take it from what you've said that you would refute that. And if you do refute it, to what do you attribute the almost continuous rise in the stock market since the vote?
Well, I think the drivers of the FTSE since the vote, broad brush, have been the shift in the currency, given the predominant foreign currency earnings of the FTSE 100, the improvement in the global economy, and the resilience of this economy. The resilience of this economy has been on the margin reinforced by the stance of monetary policy and other policies, but underlying the issues that we have been discussing. So, I mean, I think, as you know, the FTSE 100 is interesting. It is not the best asset price to judge the underlying health of the UK economy, given the composition of that market. But the FTSE 250 has also performed well after an initial dip. Once it was clear that the economy was going to perform, it has underperformed relative to other advanced economy indices. For what it's worth, I think what's also interesting is that, and this isn't a comment, I don't think, on the stance of monetary policy, is that the 10-year gilt has gone sideways since the vote, despite short-term domestic economic momentum, despite a reflationary shift in most other advanced economy bond markets, despite increases in inflation compensation and term structure in most advanced economy bond markets. So there is a judgment across. It doesn't mean it's right. I make that big caveat, because financial markets can change their mind and get things wrong as others do. But there's a judgment at present of shorter term momentum, but slower farther out. And there certainly isn't a judgment, to bring it back to topic at hand. The judgment of asset markets is consistent with a stance of monetary policy that's appropriate for the inflation target.
Just
of the
very
medium term.
conscious of time, because I notice how many colleagues have disappeared. I'm sure we're trespassing on all our next meetings. But just to move on, Eric Albert from Le Monde put to you that the financial stability risk for the EU is not as big as you suggested, and it might be bigger for the UK than the rest of the EU. And you gave a very strong response, Governor. You said, I totally disagree with your logic, and in the conclusion to your answer, you said, now the one
will start shortly. The proceeding 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 will start
because
shortly.
it happens to be in a quite nice, fashionable sort of high street, and all right, market
The
boutique, but
proceeding
it bears
will
no
start
relation
shortly.
to the actual use that it's in for. That's the problem. And because property values, land values are higher in London in the southeast, then that's why
The proceeding will
businesses,
start
including
shortly.
independent small traders, are being hit much more disproportionately than they are elsewhere in the country.
Mr. Knowles, I'd just like to get
proceeding
your
will
response
start
to the reaction
shortly.
that we've had from Labour Shadow Secretary of States for Business, Rebecca Long-Bailey. She says the fantasy
proceeding
figures
will
given to
start
MPs about
shortly.
business rates increases by the previous business secretary just...
The proceeding will start shortly. 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 shortly. The proceeding will start 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 shortly.
Much for coming in to give evidence to us this morning. We've got another high-powered team from the bank, and we've got the chief economist with us. So I thought I might open with a question to you, Mr. Haldane. You caught the news recently with an allusion to weather forecasting, and I wonder whether you'd agree that economics, of its nature, is a Michael Fish profession.
Morning, Chairman. Morning, everyone. So, economics is in part about forecasting, like meteorology. So, in that sense, there are some similarities.
The proceeding has ended.